I think we're live. Hey guys, Rorius here. I well, once again my phone alarm didn't go off. I luckily just woke up 5 minutes ago. So I've had about 3-4 minutes to prepare the stream. Boy. Welcome, welcome. Hey everyone. I think everything's working. It's a different screen to usual, so I hope everything's looking okay. Nothing weird going on. Yeah. I didn't even have a chance to scroll down to where we were up to today. Now, how many submissions since last time? Ah, I think I have actually watched this just the other day. Uh, there we are. We're up to around here. Found it. How Doom Enemy. The fucking take a step towards the child. Yeah. Oh, hey Curtis. Welcome, welcome. Hey. Well, I don't know if YouTube's just taking its time to update, but apparently there's a few of you here today, which is good. You watch too much stuff before these. I watch YouTube, so I watch stuff that interests me. I don't go on the Reddit. I don't go on the Reddit at all between these streams. I just watch YouTube. And if you guys post something that I've seen because I've been watching YouTube, oops. I'm good, Curtis. Thanks. Thanks for asking. Um, I hope everything's good with you as well. No, you get to watch YouTube for 3 hours a month. I was kind of expecting. No, you don't get to watch YouTube. We show you YouTube. Ugh. I didn't even get a chance to wipe the sleep out of my eyes before coming on the stream. Watch all videos immediately when they're posted. I have like 50 windows open with like 50 screens with multiple windows per screen, uh, all streaming YouTube constantly. And I consume all the everything that's posted. Only allowed under chat supervision. Where I'm like really distracted and I don't actually watch them. Nah, that's not true. It's only sometimes. $1 a month. Do you like quizzes? I do. Well, it depends, but yes. Broadly speaking, yes. Okay, well, let's let's start with this one, shall we? This is a Pepe Jam. Terraria Underground theme, but it's all sung by me. Wait, is some audio coming out of the headphones? No, it's not. The like paint-esque thumbnail betrays the fact that this video has 1.8 million views. This is the Terraria Underground theme, but it's a cappella. It's really clever. That's fascinating. That's really well done. That's amazing. Yeah, that's really clever. What do I like quizzes on? I don't know. It's like anything really. It's stuff that I don't know, it's hard. That's like hard question to answer. Just like it's because sometimes ones that you don't expect to be fun are fun. I guess that's what the way I'd say it. It's like ones that are like designed to be fun, like ones that are like written out that are kind of fun, like structured in a fun way, or the topic is silly or fun. Hey Joan, welcome to the stream. All right, we got cool things. Oh, age restricted. Why would this be age restricted? Based on community guidelines. Oh, this is just gonna take me. I fucking hate the way that YouTube does that shit. They never explain it. Okay, will it say something here? A corpse model. Okay. I mean, I'll skip past that bit, maybe. Not even the real one from HL2. Right. Secretly a child. I'll
proudly present
skip
to
over
you
the part
5
that's...
fun things I've noticed about Counter-Strike 2 so far. Number 1. Ragdoll interactions. Bodies in CSGO would fall through each other, but bodies in CS2 stack on top of each other, just as nature intended. I have already been asked...
Could it be that he showed, like, corpses in the first 10 seconds? Because, like, if that part that we just saw was the part that got blocked for community guidelines, we might be fine, because it's, like, it's 8 minutes into the stream.
to see how large...
Sometimes where the thing is important to YouTube's guideline stuff.
pile I can make. It's high
like,
on my...
But the thing is, I immediately saw age restriction, but I didn't see what the video was. As soon as I clicked into the video and saw that it was 3 clicks Philip, I'm like, there's no way this video should be age restricted. But yeah, it could just be, this blood, this like guns and blood and death within the first 10 seconds of the video. They have all sorts of like timer stuff.
To-do list, and I've already spent an embarrassing amount of my time trying to do exactly that. But it's one of those things that is going to become much easier to do once we gain access to other game modes and to the game's mapping tools. Watch this space. Number 2. Source 2 can make things shinier, with the keyword being can. Just look at the gun models. They're shinier, aren't they? Shame about the map. Because of all the beautiful shiny maps we could have got, they gave us dust. It's in the name, isn't it?
Yeah.
Even the stuff that should be shiny is dulled by a coating of dusty, thick, dusty dust. What a shame. You'd think there would be something
manual reporting,
wouldn't
the kind of thing bots
Even these bin bags,
yeah.
which were previously shiny, have been made into weird, mushily textured potato sacks, which is rubbish.
I gathered that might be the case.
Big step back, if you ask me, or anyone with eyes. Remember all those lovely shiny tiles from old Dust 2? That would have been the perfect showcase for CS2's new lighting effects. Only not, because all we get here is dust. Windows hint at greatness, but they're too small and dusty to show the new improved cube maps well at all. The AWP scope is kind of shiny and shows the awesome power of parallax corrected cube maps to give the impression that it's actually changing based on where you move. But I want more than that. And the only place with extra sheen that I could find on dust at all was on these plants. Sure, they're too green, but they're shiny. You, my overly saturated friends, are my only hope. Just look at those shiny leaves. Waxy coatings of graphical goodness. This is what I'm talking about. This is the future of Counter-Strike right here. Shiny and way too colourful. Don't believe me? Look at the maps Valve's teasing at. Those receiving proper makeovers are going to be covered in gorgeous, physically based materials, reflecting all sorts of stuff, whether you want them to or not. And water, that stuff can be shiny too. These maps are all going to be so shiny and colourful and shiny and colourful, giving us dust. What were they thinking? But at least we get
what's so annoying about it,
number 3,
Nathan.
Molotov graphics. With hindsight, Counter-Strike 2 was hinted at almost 3 years ago and we didn't even notice. Soon after Half-Life Alyx came out, one of the devs said they had spent a good part of lockdown working on a clever booze shader for Half-Life Alyx. And it is so clever.
It's so cool.
It looks like it's liquid in a bottle, but it isn't.
I've been replaying Half-Life Alyx slowly, but surely. And I'm always fascinated. Every time I pick up a bottle, every time I see a bottle, I always have to pick it up and smash it. out of like, I don't know, some sort of ritual. I like pick it up, slush it around, and then smash it. It's so brilliantly designed. The like weighting feels all right. The sloshing so perfect. Yeah, bottles and Half-Life Alyx are amazing. But yeah, as I was saying with Nathan, yeah, that's the problem with YouTube. One of the big problems with YouTube is that, like, out of fear that people will game the system, YouTube tells creators nothing about age restriction, like what if they're violating community guidelines, what guidelines they're violating. And so things like age restriction, you'll get age restricted for some reason, or you'll get limited ads or whatever, and you won't be told why.
The bottle is still an empty, solid thing. It isn't even transparent. It's just a very well done shader effect, which is applied to the surface of the bottle, using cube maps and stuff to mimic the reflections and the light that's coming through the bottle and so on. Yet even knowing all this, it still looks good enough to trick me otherwise, and I suspect will fool many other people over the coming years who will be absolutely convinced that CS2 has a real-time fluid simulation going on every time somebody whips out a Molotov cocktail. No, don't be silly. They only have that for smoke grenades. I spent many happy hours waving bottles in front of my face when this feature first came out for Half-Life Alyx. But even back then, I thought it was odd that so much work went into something for a game that was already out. I just wrote it off as Valve being Valve, doing Valve-y sorts of things. But now that this exact same technology has made it to the Molotov cocktails in Counter-Strike 2, I wonder if that was their intention for its development all along. The effect is still better in Half-Life Alyx because you can shake the liquid up and it sloshes about much more and even gets a foamy layer on the top, provided the content is a fizzy beer instead of a greasy looking spirit, as it is in CS2. Number 4. Parallax bullet holes.
Oh,
the bullet holes in CS2 look 3D.
This
is best demonstrated on metallic surfaces, where the middle of it appears to go in, while around the edges it sticks out slightly. That's awesome. But the illusion breaks very easily if you start to look at it side on, where it becomes clear it's just a load of layered 2D images. Right, that isn't on. Valve, stop making decals fade out. I saw it with the blood patches later on in this video, but removing bullet holes? How are we meant to do detective work to figure out where our teammates were sniped from earlier in the round if the evidence simply evaporates away after a couple of seconds? Unacceptable. Valve, please add an infinite decal graphics option. I beg you. You could also break it by shooting on the very edge of a wall like this. Yes, I'm sorry to already be ruining a game that isn't officially released just yet. No, I'm not. So how modern is this effect? Well, I remember first seeing it in the game Fear, which is a game from 2005. I was absolutely terrified of that game, yet still forced myself to play through it because the bullet holes looked so damn good, and ridiculously oversized. Shooting a player is kind of
it looks like it's 3D, but
it isn't 3D, but something about it has to be because you can shoot the same spot several times and the gore gets bigger, you can connect holes up to each other, and the surrounding matter gets normal mapped to give the impression that it's been physically deformed. Well done to Valve for finding a solution more grotesque than the standard old blood splatter. Next, they should add Left 4 Dead style dismemberment. Blood splatters take a fraction of a second before they reach the floor, which is awesome because it looks like they're literally splattering and painting the floor red. But like I mentioned earlier, these details now fade out after a couple of seconds, which is way too soon. Especially since rounds of Counter-Strike only last a couple of minutes. At least let them remain until the end of those. So it seems like there are several tiers of blood splatter, because some fade out almost instantly, while others remain almost indefinitely. It requires further analysis, which I can't wait to do. Number 5, modular levels.
Interesting.
This is by far the most important thing I'll talk about in this video. It's just that its benefits are more likely to be felt by Valve rather than the players who take it all for granted. Right now, Counter-Strike 2 only contains one map, which as you know is Dust 2. But open the console and you'll see dozens that you can load. Some of these seem just left over from developing the game. Others seem completely empty, others completely broken, another shows some of the fog and lighting effects. There's one for Dust 2 Skybox, which you can load up separately and fly around. Now this is a change from how it was done in Source 1, where the Skybox was still loaded with the main level, but situated somewhere beyond the playable space. Now it's completely separate. So it seems like the concept of a map is a lot more modular now, with several often being loaded at once. Kind of like instances in Source 1, but for everything, with many serving a purpose you'd not normally associate maps with. There's a map for buy menu, which is just a guy stood on a really pretty looking floor texture. Is this leftover content or essential to get CS2's buy menu working? There are signs that Valve was going down this modular approach in CSGO, what with the map veto screen being its own map, and with the main menu item showcases, but Source 2 takes this to the next level, literally. I have no idea what this could mean for the game, but since it's my video, I'll speculate. In a single player game, maybe this could be used to load the next area up in advance, so that you don't require a loading screen. When I think back to it, Half-Life Alyx still had loading screens, but while you waited you were still in a 3D room that you could look about. So maybe these counted as being their own levels as well. And I'm still really interested to see how Valve intends to do water reflections in Source 2. I've browsed everything we've seen about CS2 so far and nothing shows what I'm looking for. They can get away with cheap little cube map reflections on damp surfaces or puddles, but on large bodies of water like canals, I expect real reflections of some kind. Source 1 did this by creating a sort of second render of the level, but from another perspective to represent the reflection. So maybe Source 2 will literally use a second level to make the reflection with, perhaps being a low quality version of the map that you're currently playing. And within CS2 there's already the grenade throwing feature, which displays another view of the map in a box on the screen, so the technology is definitely there. I love that the graphics menu displays a small level to preview the changes that you're making to the game, and it's cool that when you change graphics settings it changes them instantly so that you can see the differences made to the game. And rather than having to apply those changes with a button at the bottom, you instead just have a discard button if you want to revert back to what you had before, which is much more user friendly. So these modular levels stand to be a really big deal. Something tells me we're barely scratching the surface of what they can achieve. Now I've got some good news and some bad news. The good news is this video was originally a top 10, so I've got another 5 exciting things to talk about, which I ranked higher than these ones, although compared with the modular levels they're all rather superficial. The bad news is this video has taken far longer to make than expected, so you'll have to wait until my next one for the other 5, which starting this project has now become 7, because there's a lot to talk about.
Yeah, interesting. I'm really fascinated by all of the advancements they're making with Counter-Strike 2. But I want to see them in a non-Counter-Strike game. Counter-Strike's never really been my area of interest when it comes to Valve. I've enjoyed playing it from time to time, but like usually just for small amounts and usually just with either friends or by myself. You'll get Neon Prime soon. Yeah, true. I'm so curious about that. I remember hearing third person though. Right. I actually don't know that much about Neon Prime. I feel like I've missed a bunch of stuff to do with its like not announcement, but like the progress that they've been making on Neon Prime. I'll have to watch some of it. Or I have to look it up. Unless it's been posted on the Reddit, which I might check it out today. Oh dear, this sounds bad. Half-Life game's time travel themed. That'd be interesting. I mean, there's already been proof that some kind of time travel is possible. I probably shouldn't say that. Spoilers. A man took 1,176 ibuprofen tablets in a month. This is what happened to his kidneys. Is Chubby Emu safe to watch on streams? Chubby Emu is a big channel with a fairly high production value. I worry about watching something like this. We'll give it a shot.
A man took 1,176 ibuprofen tablets in a month.
Twitch people get away with all sorts of shit.
Kidneys. SB is a 34-year-old man presenting to the emergency room.
I think we've watched one
dizziness,
before on
muscle aches,
Reddit.
and fatigue. He tells the admitting nurse that over the last few days when he would use the bathroom, he'd glance back into the toilet and it would look like asphalt. SB loved running, but sometimes his body would just hurt. Must be getting too old, he thought. One day while he was running, he felt like his shin splints had returned. It hurt to put any pressure on his legs. Ibuprofen was always his go-to when he thought he was sick or in pain. It's over the counter. People take aspirin every day, and it's basically the same medicine. It even comes in 1,000 tablet packs. Clearly, you're supposed to finish the whole pack of medicine for a full course. Otherwise, why would they sell it like this? He thought, as he followed the label and took 6 tablets every 24 hours with an extra 1, just for good measure. At first, he would spread out the doses like the bottle said.
If the bottle says... Did the bottle not say... Do I have any medicine near me? I have a tray of it. It doesn't say on the tray. Pretty sure on ibuprofen bottles or packets or whatever, they say do not take for more than 3 days in a row. It's like maximum 6 tablets a day for up to 3 days or 4 days or something. And if you still are having problems, to go to your doctor. If you're still having pain, to go to your doctor. And yes, no one really listens to those rules. Like, there are frequent times when I've exceeded 3 or 4 days. But months? To take 1,000 tablets?
But eventually that was too cumbersome, so he'd take all 7 tablets at once. And
What?
Nothing bad happened. He felt great. He wasn't sure if his legs actually hurt anymore, but gotta finish that whole course, he thought. One night, SB had forgotten that he had taken 7 ibuprofen in the morning. He had also forgotten that he took another 7 at lunchtime. He had forgotten that he had taken 7 at dinner, as he put 7 more tablets into his mouth for a total of 28 in a single day. As he swallowed, he felt like these tablets didn't go all the way down. It felt like they were somehow stuck in his chest. This isn't something to worry about. It'll all take care of itself, he thought. As he
What I'm learning is that it takes a fucking lot of ibuprofen to overdose.
He went to bed, but a few hours later at 3 a.m., SB jumped awake. Just under his chest was a terrible feeling, like a sharp object had plunged in and started twisting. He wasn't sure if it was heartburn, but as the night continued, it did start to go away. When he woke up, he wasn't sure if he was all right, but ibuprofen is a pain reliever, and he had pain during the night, so the answer here was to
do that.
more. How does ibuprofen know where the pain is? He thought, as he went on like this for several days, consuming all 1,000 tablets, and then he bought some more. But then SB started to notice that he had difficulty swallowing. It felt like something was in his chest, but he didn't know what. He noticed that his stools were darker than...
This is clearly America. He probably couldn't afford to go to the doctor. He couldn't afford the $1,000 doctor bill.
Normal, almost looking like asphalt. His stomach would start to hurt like it did that night. He'd burp, and it hurt, and it'd taste like blood. One morning, SB felt especially weak. He thought it was kind of weird how every time he went to urinate, the volume was just so much less than the amount of liquid that he drank. He felt like he had the flu, but when he checked, he didn't have a fever. As he stumbled into the bathroom, he looked into the mirror. He knew that he was supposed to be looking at himself, but something didn't look right. And as he burped, what was supposed to be gas was blood. As he calls for 911, and he's brought to the emergency room, where we are now. At examination, there were several clues to tell the medical team what was happening.
I'll have a look,
because they had no idea of SB's ibuprofen excess. He didn't tell them about it because he didn't think it was a problem. SB's skin was pale and he had tachycardia. Tachy meaning fast and cardia referring to heart rate. His heart rate was fast, but he also had orthostatic hypotension. Ortho from ancient Greek referring to straight or upright. Static also from ancient Greek meaning fixed in place, but in this context referring to standing. Hypo meaning low and tension referring to blood pressure. His blood pressure was suddenly decreased when he stood up. But why was this happening? SB told them about his hematemesis, that his stools looked like asphalt. Both of these suggest that blood somehow got into his GI tract and was digested. His hemodynamic instability appears to be consistent with blood loss. His tachycardia was his heart beating faster to compensate for less blood volume, and when he stood up, there just wasn't enough blood volume to keep his pressure normal. Clearly, SB has been suffering from some kind of blood loss due to a GI bleed, but
feels here. I'm going to hazard a guess, just from what I know about ibuprofen, is that his stomach would probably have no fucking mucus lining to it, or very little. So his stomach is probably bleeding profusely from all angles. And it might also, other parts of his digestive tract might also be bleeding. One of the things I've heard, I might be mistaken about this, so I probably shouldn't say it out loud, but one of the things I remember hearing was that ibuprofen, one of the side effects of ibuprofen is reduced mucus production. So it's bad for your stomach because your stomach lining can't replace itself. Your stomach lining has a layer of mucus around it to protect itself from the acids in your stomach. And if you have too much ibuprofen, you can sometimes, especially if you have pills that sit in your stomach and slowly dissolve, they can essentially bore a hole in the mucus lining of your stomach and create a little ulcer, or create a little spot where the lining's really thin, and you can get pain from that. I've had that before, where I've been taking ibuprofen, not like this guy. I've just been taking ibuprofen over a period of time that's not healthy for me, and what I found was taking different kinds of ibuprofen was better. Taking the ones that are like gel capsules that melt really quickly and disperse into your stomach really fast. They don't have the same side effects. Well, they have lesser of that side effect. I'm going to guess that it's something to do with his stomach bleeding, mostly.
Why was this happening? This brings us to a concept called
Fun,
dissolution.
yeah.
When you take a tablet or capsule by mouth, it has to get into the stomach so it can dissolve and absorb into the bloodstream. Do you remember that SB took some tablets and felt like they didn't go down all the way? Well, sometimes solid medicines taken by mouth go into the esophagus and they just stay there. Most of the time, this shouldn't be a problem. The smooth muscle will get it down by a movement called peristalsis, and tablets and capsules usually slide down when wet. Labels will often say take with a whole glass of water so you can wash it down, or that you should take medicine with food, something that will push it into the stomach, but SB didn't do that. He went right to bed and laid down. The tablets that he swallowed that night stuck against his esophageal mucosa and made contact for some time, but that's only the start of his problems. Ibuprofen is a non-steroidal anti-inflammatory medicine. Sometimes the steroid name confuses people because it makes us think of anabolic steroids in bodybuilding and sports. Much more commonly in medicine, we use corticosteroids as an anti-inflammatory. Inflammation is the immune system response to physical injury and infection to protect the body. But sometimes inflammation goes too far. It causes swelling when you don't want swelling. It causes fever when you don't want fever, like for young children where high body temperatures can impact their brain. And inflammation can cause pain, so anti-inflammatory medicines stop all these from happening. Corticosteroids are based off of cortisol, which is a hormone naturally produced in our bodies to limit inflammation. Whenever you see a mention of hormones, know that they are chemical messengers in the body,
consume
and
it with water or food, but he didn't.
Mechanisms in order to limit their function and maintain balance in the body. Hormone feedback can be exceptionally difficult to manage, but ibuprofen is non-steroidal. It works in an entirely different way, which is a benefit at therapeutic doses, but SB didn't take a therapeutic dose. He repeatedly took a toxic one over a month, and this starts to explain all of his problems. Doctors send a camera down his throat to take a look at his GI tract, and they find ulcers in his esophagus and his stomach. These look like the canker-sores in your mouth that you sometimes get, except for SB. Doctors noticed that his ulcers
that might be
were
the
bleeding.
case.
They found the source of his blood loss, but why is this happening? This brings us back to the name non-steroidal anti-inflammatory medicine. Steroids work very generally in humans, sending signals right to the immune system. But NSAIDs, like ibuprofen, work very specifically. Inside almost every cell in the body is the enzyme cyclooxygenase. When you get tissue damage, like a cut, cyclooxygenase makes a chemical called prostaglandin, and that draws the immune system in. Ibuprofen stops cyclooxygenase from working, so prostaglandin isn't produced and the immune system doesn't react. This should be okay, except prostaglandin does more than just draw the immune system in. In the GI tract, it helps inhibit stomach acid secretion. It stimulates mucus production and helps with blood flow in the inner lining. This explains why SB has ulcers and why they're bleeding, because not only was ibuprofen physically stuck to the inner lining of his esophagus during that one night, but he had also been taking huge amounts of ibuprofen for so many days that there were no prostaglandins, and other ulcers formed and worsened and started to bleed. While doctors had the camera down SB's throat, they were able to stop the bleed by cauterizing the ulcers. That's applying temperature to seal the wound so that it won't bleed anymore. But this wasn't
like an ulcer or something.
When he presented to the emergency room, SB told the medical team that he was noticeably urinating a lot less than normal. When he was admitted, a blood test found that his kidneys weren't functioning properly, and when his ulcers were cauterized, another blood test finds that his kidneys have completely shut down. But this shouldn't be surprising, bringing us back to prostaglandins. We already established that prostaglandins promote inflammation and pain. We also know that prostaglandins help secrete the protective layer in the GI tract. In the kidneys, prostaglandins open up blood vessels flowing in. Because prostaglandins aren't made anymore for SB due to his mass ingestion of ibuprofen, blood can't get in to be filtered. Blood also can't get in to supply oxygen. As SB's kidneys become starved of oxygen, parts of both start to necrose. And this had been going on for at least the last few days before he presented to the emergency room because of the sheer amount of ibuprofen that he was taking.
This makes me anxious, yeah.
Do you remember that SB thought that his ibuprofen was just like taking daily aspirin? Well, he was right in that they're both NSAIDs, but daily aspirin is 25% of a full dose of aspirin, whereas SB was taking overdose amounts of ibuprofen every day. The dose makes the poison, but there's also the element of time. Ibuprofen tablets take about 2 hours to go from the stomach into the blood. This brings us to an idea called half-life. When medicine is circulating in the body, some of it makes
I saw that.
us to an idea called
Where is it? I saw it. I was like, hold on a second. When he said Half-Life, there was a picture of Gabe Newell there.
Medicine is circulating in the body. Some of it makes its way into the liver where it's broken down
Okay,
and
man.
metabolized. Half-life is the amount of time it takes for the drug level in the blood to be cut in half. For ibuprofen, it's 2 hours. Because he took 7 tablets 4 times every day, the ibuprofen levels in his blood remained abnormally high for a very long time. It caused injury to the point of bleeding inside his stomach and his esophagus. The blood loss caused his heart to become unstable. It constricted blood vessels going into his kidneys, preventing them from functioning and causing parts of them to start to die. This almost never happens at regular doses. Over-the-counter medicines can be dangerous when misused like this. It doesn't help that some of these medicines are sold in large bulk packaging, occasionally being misinterpreted by people as designed for a single course of medicine.
No.
The label on the package will always tell you how to take it.
Yeah. Do not where's it? Oh. Does this not have a... This doesn't have like a how many days you should use it in a row warning. That's fascinating. I'm certain. I'm like so actually, I don't think we even have a single box of like remaining box. I was so sure that the ibuprofen stuff that I take, it literally says somewhere on the package that you shouldn't. It warns using it for more than a few days in a row.
Properly, NSAIDs are effective anti-inflammatories. Ibuprofen is generally more effective as an analgesic, and meaning without an algesia, referring to pain compared to aspirin. Blood clotting is a kind of inflammation, and platelets are a kind of blood cell. that are responsible for clotting, and they also have cyclooxygenase.
I think it's to do with the regulations. American regulations must be different from New Zealand regulations when it comes to that kind of thing. It is over the counter. That's the thing. Is most over the counter drugs, well, at least here in New Zealand, most over the counter drugs have some warning to do with like the length of which you should use a medicine. At least that's what I've noticed.
Aspirin is better with working at clots than ibuprofen because it irreversibly stops platelet cyclooxygenase, unlike ibuprofen, which is reversible, so not as effective. The GI side effects of NSAIDs are so well known that you find things like enteric-coated aspirin, which helps limit contact with the stomach and esophageal mucosa, and also liquid gel caps, which don't need time for dissolution in the stomach. They can dump a liquid bolus quickly absorbed. And generally, these medicines aren't as common for fever because of their known GI and kidney side effects. For fever, you usually take acetaminophen, which can still be misused, but has a high therapeutic index. This brings us to another concept called drug resistance. Sometimes you're told if you take ibuprofen for headache too often, it'll eventually just not work for you anymore. And that's not true. It's not an antibiotic where you're pitting drug therapy against a live organism and the organism evolves to evade the medicine. It's also not a habit-forming medicine based off of this plant, which can create a dependency based on the body adapting to it. If you're taking NSAID for pain spread out over a couple of times a month, there's no rebound feedback mechanism or adaptation in the body that will limit its efficacy. I had to explain that to my own parents because they had used to scare me out of taking headache medicine when I was a kid. And the topic of NSAIDs can go on forever. In the context of cyclooxygenase, there's multiple isoforms of it, and we found medicines that inhibit only COX-2 instead of COX-1 for pain. And interestingly enough, one of them is named celecoxib, selective COX inhibitor, and it's analgesic without prominent GI side effects, bringing us back to SB. In the hospital, the medical team pushed water through his body to rehydrate him and to get flow back through his kidneys. His bleeding ulcers were fixed and the waste that was floating around in his blood because his kidneys had shut down was managed. Without knowing his baseline kidney function before he took all the ibuprofen, it's not known by how much exactly his kidney function decreased or how permanent any damage done might be. But when the time arrived, massive urination preceded him being discharged from the hospital as he was able to make a recovery. This case was referred to me from a Chinese question and answer website, asking if ibuprofen really does come in 1,000 tablet packs in the United States. Every situation described in this video is one that I have seen myself, relating to NSAID misuse, which unfortunately is common. There's other situations that I didn't describe here, like patients taking multiple prescription NSAIDs because they saw different primary care, and no one knows that the patient is doubling up or tripling up their care. So
what is wrong with people? Made a full recovery? Made a recovery. Yes. Autopsy.
Please do your best to be aware of what medicines you're taking, how much you're taking, how often you're taking them, and please try to stick with the instructions that...
The idea of going to multiple doctors, getting separate prescriptions from multiple doctors, and then taking all of the drugs that they prescribe. That's fucked up.
Are on the package label. Thanks so much for watching. Take care of yourself and be well.
Oh dear, yeah. No, that's don't do anything that was mentioned that this guy did. Or what just pay attention to the labels. Yeah, that's the thing is like I know that you can take a lot of drugs and they can, and you know, they Rorius 2023. I know you can take a lot of drugs. But because like I've seen like my mom when she had surgery, she had following the surgery, following like the really hard stuff, like being phased out of the really hard stuff. Mom was on a course of like ibuprofen and paracetamol that was way stronger than anything I've ever seen. So, like, instead of the usual, how much does this have? So, like, ibuprofen tablets will usually have either 150 to 200 milligrams of ibuprofen. And paracetamol usually comes in 500 milligrams. I think the paracetamol was still 500 milligrams, but the ibuprofen, instead of being 200 milligrams, was 800 milligrams per tablet. I think it's per tablet. And so, like, I know that you can take a lot more ibuprofen than they usually give you. But, I didn't know you could take them together. You can take Panadol and ibuprofen together. It's perfectly safe. And that, you can actually take way more ibuprofen than is suggested. However, that was under a very specific circumstance. And, yeah. Just follow the warnings, follow the instructions on the labels. Don't overdose. When he said the guy took an extra for good measure each time, I'm like, what the fuck? Yeah, just don't take excessive amounts of drugs. The speedrun route. Birth to death speedrun. Alright, not meant to watch the whole vid, but it's so good. You have to see some of it at least. Okay. Beauty of Bezier curves. I think I have not seen this, but this was suggested to me a while ago.
Before I knew about Bezier curves and splines, my idea of a curve was very basic.
Oh, this was suggested somewhere, like in a video. There was a video. Was it a Sebastian video? I feel like there was a Sebastian Log video that literally suggested this video in that video. I mean, this one's fairly long as well. It's 24 minutes. Yeah.
It was either the classic y equals x squared minus 1 or a circular arc. But curves that could move in all directions, that could do loops and all sorts of things were still a mystery to me. But once you start unraveling the construction of these curves, the idea of chaining them together to form splines come naturally. They let you define a path in a way that is computationally very elegant. Properties like the tangent and normal directions of the curve let you orient objects, or construct a coordinate space around each point, which is very useful for generating procedural geometry. You can analyze these curves based on their radius of curvature, find what direction they're turning and at what rate. You can analytically evaluate their bounding box, which is useful in a lot of optimization problems, such as when doing intersection tests. We're going to take a look at how to calculate some of these things and how they collectively make up what I consider to be the beauty of Bezier curves. Bezier curves, and more generally splines, are ubiquitous in games. You'd be hard-pressed to find any animations such as this camera moving along a path that are not based on splines. These types of paths are everywhere. Not just for animations, but also 3D models generated along a path, such as this roller coaster track, that you can manipulate by bending, twisting, and extending it. I also use them in my own game, Flowstorm, to create the smooth, curved track you slide on. The level editor explicitly allows you to create connected curves in a spline, and lets you control Bezier curve handles, which might look familiar to those of you who have used the pen tool in Photoshop. So, how do you create Bezier curves? Let's say you have 2 points, P0 and P1, connected by a line segment.
So you would use an hour 30, I see.
Now, imagine a third point, P, between these 2 points. The position of P could be described by what is called a t-value. A value between 0 to 1, similar to a percentage, where t-values at 1 moves it to P1, and t-values at 0 moves it to P0, and any values in between are a blend between the two. This function is called linear interpolation, or LIRP for short. Mathematically, you can write it as 1 minus t times P0 plus t times P1. Now, what if we add another point?
I have lerped
we now have
many
two
a time.
interpolated points, one on each line segment, lerping on their respective line based on the same t-value we saw earlier. We can then connect these 2 points with another line segment. If we then add a point on that line that also lerps based on the same t-value, you can see that it follows a very specific path. This path is a quadratic Bezier curve.
Oh god, not math. Yeah.
Unfortunately,
a lot of game development.
What if we add another point?
A lot of game development
repeat the same
requires
process.
math, sadly.
Add 3 points, connect them, add 2 points, connect those, and add the last point. And this point will now follow the path of the cubic Bezier curve. What's beautiful about this construction is that it works no matter what points we use. We can change the shape to anything, and following the same rules, it will give us this smooth path. We're going to focus mostly on the cubic Bezier curve for the rest of this video, since it's the most common one.
Interesting. I think I've only seen it from the outside. I've never seen it from, like, described, shown in this kind of description.
This particular method of getting a point in a Bezier curve based on nested lerps, where each point along the way is calculated from lerps from the points that came before it, eventually forming the path of the Bezier curve, is called de Castellio's algorithm. I personally love it because of its numerical stability and just how easy it is to remember. It's just lerps all the way down, but there is another way we can interpret this. Let's start by writing out the math for all of our lerps. Then, let's expand this formula entirely. And let's also color code the points for readability. What you might be able to see is that we can rearrange this formula in terms of each point. First, each point can be visualized as a vector from the origin. But this is where it gets interesting. Each of them are multiplied by 4 polynomials based on our t-value. And this is what they look like for all cubic Bezier curves. You might be able to tell that the values are sort of trading off with each other as weights as we change t. In the beginning, the first weight is 1, but as the t-value increases, the values shift across the points until the last weight has a value of 1. This is called a weighted sum, where each of these weights together add up to 1 at any given t-value. Let's apply these weights to the vectors of the points. As you can see, they trade off weights exactly the same way. So let's add them together. What we get is exactly the same behavior as with the lerps, but using a different interpretation of the same math. This follows the very same Bezier curve we got with the lerps.
I would say the problem with using AI to solve the maths isn't necessarily the AI, I think. It's the human's ability to use it. So you need to know that the math... Oh, hey, Tiana. You need to know that you need to do the math in order to use the AI to do the math. And if you don't know the math, or you don't know what kind of math you need to do, then you're gonna struggle. You know, the AI isn't gonna be useful to you. But yeah, easy way to remember. Yeah, my man. This is one here. Wait, one of the reasons I went to art school. Right. Also, hello everyone. Hey. What a harmony of orange boxes. Wait, orange boxes? Thank you, fellow epic gamers.
This is called the Bernstein polynomial form of Bezier curves.
Of course. I was like, what are you talking about? Yeah, I forgot that YouTube does that. Yep,
Now that we've
that
factored out
that.
the points in the formula, we've isolated these polynomials. Since the points are considered constants, we can easily calculate the derivative of these functions. But what does it actually represent? The derivative is the rate of change, or velocity vector, at the given t value in the curve. And for clarity, let's just remove the middle line. It's getting in the way, and quite often it's not displayed whenever you see splines anyway. Now, something I think is really fascinating with the derivative is that the derivative of the cubic Bezier curve is, in and of itself, a quadratic Bezier curve. This relationship holds for all Bezier curves. The derivative of a Bezier curve is always another Bezier curve of 1 degree lower. You can see how the derivative changes as we change the shape of the curve.
I think this is why I've never seen it displayed the way that, like, I mentioned earlier just a moment ago that I was like, I've never seen it with like the box form. I've never seen it displayed, like, for instance, like this, where you've got all the points laid out and you've got 4 points going like that. It's because in programs they never show, or they almost never show this middle line. They show it as a single line going like that. Because I'm familiar with, there was a version very early in the video that I saw that I was like, yeah, that's what I'm familiar with. Yeah, it's like this form.
Modeling the construction.
This form is what I'm familiar with. Because that's what most programs...
The idea of chaining them together.
No. It moved too quickly and I accidentally played it. So you have the handles. This side's handling, like, this is a cubic Bezier curve right here. And then there'd be one, like, attached to this spot over here somewhere. So yeah. Interesting. I'm gonna return to where we were.
Of 1 degree lower.
I'll watch a little bit more, but then
you can see how the derivative...
I'll let you watch the rest. Or I'll watch the rest probably as well in my own time.
Derivative changes as we change the shape of the curve.
Geometry in the chat, yeah.
So why is it useful? Well,
yeah, I think you'd have to know what you're asking for. I guess Zach would be the big thing. So like, yeah, you could get an AI to do a Bezier curve for you. Like, you ask for, I want a Bezier curve, but once again, the problem is the description required to get it to do the right math, I think you'd need to have such a knowledge of the math that you're doing anyway that it almost wouldn't be worth. Well, no, I mean, it still could be valuable. It depends on what structure the AI that's doing the math is formed, because like what I think is actually better, rather than AI doing this kind of math in this example, rather than AI doing the math, it's actually just easier to have a program designed to just do visual Bezier curves. So a program like a game or like some art software where you just draw the bounding box of the Bezier curve, and then you put in the values. You just like tweak the values manually, and then maybe you can like snap them to strong values or something like that, or you use some sort of grid to snap things. But yeah, having it just visualized for that purpose is actually, I think, way more functionally relevant than getting an AI to do it for you, because you can see it. You can see exactly what it is, and you don't have to describe it. Problem with AI is trying to describe what you want it to produce. If you don't have the words, like with math is often hard to describe with words. And I mean, you can use numbers, you can use this, But how the fuck do you know this if you don't know Bezier curve? Like, I don't know this. I've never seen a Bezier curve represented like this before, and I've used Bezier curves. I've literally programmed a Bezier. Well, I programmed a spline which used a Bezier curve. Technically, I had to unwrap something and get a spline from it, so it's a bit of a backwards Bezier curve, but whatever. Yeah. Anyway.
The derivative is tangent to the curve, which means that if we normalize it, we can not only get the tangent direction, but also the normal direction of the curve by simply rotating it 90 degrees. As soon as we have the tangent and normal directions, we can start getting local coordinates that are offset from the curve. And this is the key to getting offset points that we can use to generate things such as roads in 3D.
Yeah. It's very cool.
But what happens if we derive it again? The first derivative can be considered the velocity of the point.
Yeah,
so if we extend this idea to the
suppose.
second derivative, that would be the acceleration of the point. In other words, the rate of change of velocity. As I mentioned before, the velocity can be visualized as a quadratic Bezier curve. Similarly, the acceleration can be visualized as a linear Bezier curve.
But the problem is that an S-shaped curve can be such a variety of different curves. If you don't care for precision, if you just need a curve and you don't care what the curve is, then yeah, sure, AI will be fine for that. But often in game development, you kind of want, usually you want pretty specific curves. No, what it would be good at, what AI would be good at, Zach, would be if you had a system, if we go back a little bit, you had a system like this, where you're building a ride or something like that, you could have AI use Bezier curves to make cool and interesting different shapes with the paths. So yeah, it's like a in a lot of games you'll have like a randomize functionality built into some systems. It'd be like doing like a randomized thing where it builds a bunch of Bezier curves all connected to each other to form an interesting path. So you could create wacky like theme park rides or race courses or whatever. I am drinking a chocolate milkshake. It's drinking chocolate in milk. Which is basically a milkshake. Just minus a lot of the shaking. We ran out of drink in the house, so I'm resorting to milk. When I say drink, I mean Coke and Sprite. Anyway, yeah.
In 3D.
I should watch the rest of this in my own time. This is fascinating and good for game development stuff. I could do with understanding Bezier curves better. Thankfully, I just haven't really needed them too much. But yeah. Anyway, Game Changer is the fucking best. Oh, this. I was like, what do you mean Game Changer? Yeah.
Gentlemen, starting with Josh, your sound is...
I love you.
Please, Lauren, please. She had a meeting at 9.
Hi, you've reached Lauren Sikowski.
Sorry, Josh.
Babe, it's me. I need you to call me back and say you love me, please.
Zach.
Hello.
Hey Phoebe, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm good, and I just wanted to say that I love you.
Aww. Thank you. I love you too. Just a normal phone call I always get.
That is a point for Zach. Well done. Brennan.
Oh,
That is a point
Yeah.
for Zach and
well
not
done. Wow.
for Josh or Brennan. Gentlemen, starting with Josh.
Ouch. Make some noise, Dimension 20. Yeah. I was gonna say, it's good to see that the guys who were at College Humor are still doing some awesome stuff. Dropout's the best. Best $5 you can spend right now. Right. I was gonna say I'm not subscribed to anything like that. And I only occasionally see their stuff these days, but I frequently see Dimension 20 like shorts, and they're always great. Fucking some of the like Brennan and some of the people they're so fucking talented at like improvisation, which makes them amazing at D&D. You know what I mean? Yeah. All right, some more. I'm hoping these are okay because they're in short form. They're not gonna get claimed.
Ready, players? Your sound is Josh, Zach, Brennan. Well done, everyone. Zach and Brennan, that is a point for you. Sorry, Josh. Ready, players?
Nice. Yeah, for people who don't know, that guy who just made the sound with his mouth, he's literally one of the like a Foley guy, one of the guys who does like sound effects and stuff like that. He's a sound effects expert. So he's always fascinating to see on the show. Have you seen the shorts from Rorius? They're pretty great too. Well, thank you. I'm once again terrible with self-promotion, so I appreciate the aided the aided self-promotion. Thank you. It has to be said, I was not expecting either of the recent shorts to do as well as they have. I have uploaded 2 shorts in the last like 2 weeks, and the first one, which was about Placid Plastic Duck Simulator, got 600 views, which is pretty good for my channel. And then the freaking FNAF one, which was just me, like, I was excited about the trailers. 2,000 views for that short. I think it was too late for him to get the point for it. That's the problem. Do not expect me to say that. But allow me to be your marketing team. Yeah. You are my marketing team. My entire team. Alright, what's this? GitLab. Oops.
Yo, I'm gonna delete the Postgres directory on DB2. Should be safe. Sounds good to me. I'm running the command. At 6 p.m. UTC, a beautiful day in Silicon Valley, work was going on as usual at GitLab HQ. Just kidding, GitLab is fully remote. GitLab is a code-sharing platform just like GitHub, except open source. The main character of the story, Team Member 1, was about to sign off for the day, unaware of the disaster that was ahead. He was working in UTC time, so one of these countries. Unfortunately, his evening was interrupted at 6 p.m. when he was paged in for high database load. After scrolling through the dashboards, he saw that the total number of snippets was rising dramatically and assumed the root cause was spam. This was a fair assumption as GitLab had been experiencing similar spam issues in the past week, just less severe. Over the hours, the team attempted to block certain spam IPs as well as delete spam users. By 9 p.m., they were alerted to the database having an elevated number of locks. Whenever write transactions are made to a record, it will enforce a lock, forcing further writes to the record to wait for the first one to finish. This ensures that the writes do not interfere with each other. More spam, more writes, more locks, more latency. The engineers continue to search for other sources of spam. Team Member 1 said he was going to sign off as it was getting late. Suddenly, a different alarm went off, this time for database replication lag. GitLab had two databases, a primary one and a secondary replica. Users will write to the primary database db1.cluster.gitlab.com, which will forward the same write to the secondary db2. The second database cluster was in standby and only used for failover purposes, a lesson they've learned in the past where db1 was a single point of failure. The process of forwarding the identical writes to db2 is called replication, and over 4 gigabytes of data in db1 failed to replicate in db2. This was a novel issue without proper documentation, so team member 1 stayed online to support the team. The database they used was PostgreSQL, which had a command pg base backup to create a backup from a live database. The plan was to remove the existing incomplete data on db2 and to run pg base backup to copy the current db1 data to db2, and then restart replication from there. According to the plan, team member 1 SSH'd onto db2, removed the existing data, and attempted to run the command. At first, the command would just hang, seemingly doing nothing. But after retrying, the command complained that db1 did not have enough replication clients. No problem. Team member 1 proceeded to SSH onto db1 and increased this value in the config. Upon attempting to reload Postgres, it complained that there were too many open connections, which happens when max connections is set too high. He lowered this value, and this time the settings applied without issue. Going back to db2, he ran pg base backup again, and once more it appeared to just hang and do nothing. At this point, frustration began to kick in. The engineers thought perhaps the prior attempts to run base backup before the configuration changes had created some buggy files in the data directory, interfering with the current run. The fix would be to remove these files and try again. Well, might as well give it a shot, thought team member 1. A hard reset to start on a clean slate, so to say. He prepared the command to rmrf the directory and ran it in his shell session. Immediately after pressing enter, he noticed the shell in which he ran the command was the one connected to the live production db1. He slams Ctrl-C harder than he ever had before, but it was too late. Of the over 300 gigabytes of data, only 4.5 was left.
Oh my god.
If you recall, db2 was previously wiped of data before running the backup command. GitLab now officially had 0 data in any of their production database servers.
Oh my god.
Guys, I may have just accidentally deleted db1.
You what?
I just RMRF'd db1 out of existence.
Alright, looks like we need a call for some backup.
The team scrambled to find a backup of the production data. They checked for the database backups that were supposed to be uploaded to S3, but there was nothing there. Then they checked for disk snapshots, but they found they didn't actually take these snapshots for their database servers, as they assumed the other backup procedures were sufficient. Lastly, they checked for logical volume snapshots or backups of the file system. GitLab had a staging database for testing, which periodically captured snapshots from db1 to remain up to date with prod. These snapshots were normally captured once every 24 hours, but luckily team member 1 had taken a snapshot 6 hours before the outage. Now there were 2 choices. They could copy either the entire LVM snapshot or just the Postgres data directory from staging to prod. The amount of data was similar in both options, but they opted to copy the data directory as that would be easier to restore from. Problem was, their staging environment used Azure Classic in a different region without premium storage, which they could not retroactively upgrade, therefore limiting data transfer rates to around 60 megabits per second. Copying the data to production took a solid 18 hours, and nearly 24 hours later, GitLab was back up to normal operation. The only caveat was that all database data, such as projects, issues, and snippets created in the 6 hours between the LVM snapshot and the outage were permanently lost. This affected around 5,000 projects, 5,000 comments, and 700 users. During the backup restore process, progress was tracked in a publicly visible Google Doc, and they even had a recovery stream on YouTube. Post-incident, it was discovered that the replication lag was actually caused by a background job trying to delete a GitLab employee's account due to it being reported for abuse by a troll, in combination with the other spam. Postgres maintains write-ahead logs on disk. Every operation is first written to these logs before being applied to the database. This way, if the database crashes and restarts in the middle of a database edit, the logs can be used to restore the database to a consistent state.
Hey, Damien.
More pertinent to the issue
stream.
at
Yeah,
hand,
happy Pride.
write-ahead logs are also sent to DB2 for replication. There is a maximum disk usage configured for these, so old logs will be deleted when the limit is reached. The large employee removal operation plus the spammers caused so many operations that logs which hadn't been sent to DB2 yet were deleted, thereby causing DB2 to become permanently out of sync. They also discovered that the database backups weren't uploaded to S3 because the server which was taking the database backups was using the wrong version of Postgres. These failures should have sent warning emails, but they never received any of them because they forgot to enable DMARC authentication on the backup server. Logging onto production servers, changing configs, and running random untested commands is obviously not the best situation to be in, but it's good practice to let someone else review exactly what command you're running and where you're running it before you run it for real. How many times have you asked someone a question only to immediately realize what the answer was, or submit a pull request and immediately find 300 bugs that you overlooked? When you're in the zone, it's easy to tunnel vision and make mistakes. A mental reset or a second pair of eyes is always helpful. But the only reason they had to go through all
some code that I've been writing over the weekend might be a little bit like that. I'm hoping not. But it's probably not the most elegant code because I've been just tunnel visioned.
All these shenanigans is because this replication lag scenario was never tested or well documented. No one on the call was familiar with how PG-based backup worked, and how it was actually normal behavior for it to hang for a bit. So in fact, all they had to do was wait, and everything would have been fine. Thorough load testing could have also exposed this replication-like issue before it occurred in prod. But it's possible their staging environment didn't have the same primary-secondary setup as production, which is a problem in and of itself. Next, after DB1 was deleted, they found that many of their backups were broken. These backup steps, or more generally, all rarely run or use procedures, should be manually or automatically tested on a somewhat frequent basis. Months or years can go by without any need to restore from backup, but when disaster strikes and someone accidentally deletes the database, the documented procedure.
Every Pride, I'm like, Pride. I'm like, briefly for a moment, I'm like, I see someone with a Pride related like avatar, and I'm like, I need to make a Pride avatar, and then immediately my brain's like, Rory, your avatar is 24/7 Pride. I have a rainbow in my avatar all year. The rainbow imagery is like half of my imagery. It's like, I can't do a Pride celebration avatar because my avatar is always Pride.
Procedure better actually work. On paper, their recovery story looked fine, but if someone had tested all of them, they would have found that 1 doesn't actually work, 2 would take 18 hours to restore from, 3 didn't exist, and 4 would only work if one of the databases was still alive. Lastly, the straw which blew the databases back, the deletion of the GitLab employee's account. So during and before the incident, when a GitLab user is removed for spam, the software would perform a synchronous delete on all the user data. So if the user had 50 million projects, all of them will be deleted immediately. The change they proposed was to instead soft delete by marking the user as deleted, and then the real delete can be done asynchronously and in a controlled manner. Incident when a GitLab user is
accidentally went backwards. I want to say, you mentioned having chats muted. It's interesting because back when I used to play TF2, like regularly, it didn't really occur to me as something like unusual. I never had like I never had mics enabled on TF2, and I frequently just had chat either. Can you turn chat off on TF2? I forget. I wouldn't pay attention to chat, at least. And it was only in hindsight that I was like, there may have been many a game in which someone was trying to communicate with the team, but you can turn it off? Okay, I might have turned it off. I have a feeling I might have just ignored it, though. I can't remember if I turned it off or not. I'm sure there are many a times where communication was attempted, but I had everything muted. So I never paid attention to what people were saying. At least it's a couple of years ago. So yeah. I wouldn't have turned the chat off, but I definitely turned mics off. Voice stuff was always able to be turned off. Have you been literally just on Twitch? You've been literally just on Twitch every day? Right. Yeah. Yeah, no, I've been streaming mostly. I've also I've just been on YouTube like a lot of the time. Not much has changed with me other than I'm basically doing streaming mostly with the occasional short or video if I have something I want to record or show. And I give chats disabled in Overwatch though. Right. Okay, she tried to diff my brig. Can't diff this. Oh my god. Limited 2 is the only game I find toxic enough to consider turning off chat or something. Right. Fair enough. Yeah. I actually didn't. Oh, versus. Yeah. Yeah, I guess it would be pretty toxic, the versus mode. Yeah, that's the thing is like, I don't really play a lot of multiplayer games these days, so I don't really have toxic people to deal with. Dead by Daylight? Interesting. Well, yeah, in the case of Dead by Daylight, it's not toxic like voice chat or chat generally. In Dead by Daylight, it's just toxic gameplay. The way people play that game, they've like min-maxed it out of being fun. They play in styles and strategies that are just like either toxic or like just unfun toxic things, or they're so good that they ruin the experience for you. One of my friends plays a lot of DBD, and I constantly get Steam notifications for rage comments on their profile. Yeah. Rainbow Six Siege. And there's such a world of toxic gaming that I never see because I just don't hang out in those areas. I had to quit DVD. It was not good for my mental health. Yeah. Oh my god, death threats? Right, yeah. That's the problem, is that there's such a need for ranking in that game because you need to make sure that the players are at the same level. They claimed hacker on you. Yeah. I mean, that's typical of like shooters and typical of there's a lot of games that's pretty typical of.
And in a controlled manner. In the end, team member 1 was obviously not fired. There were many factors which led to that RMRF moment, and many more factors which led to it taking 18 hours to recover from there, none of which were
DVD, you got
fault.
claimed to be a hacker.
CEO personally apologized for the outage, and GitLab never accidentally deleted their production database ever again.
Oh, never mind. Apparently, they've done it multiple times. Oof. Yeah. Enjoy the rest of the stream. I shall try to be around a bit sometime soon. Should play some. Yeah. I will say that is probably part of the reason why yeah. We haven't done anything together in a while because I haven't played anything multiplayer in a while. I know some people have been asking for it, and I've just been playing other stuff instead. Haven't played any multiplayer stuff since the start of the year. Yeah. Well, good luck with your good luck with your Valorant. Oh, you're moving out next month. Nice. Yeah. All right, cool. I'll try and remember. I'll keep that in my brain. Gaming and game development is a sea of toxicity as far as the eye can see. Well, I think only in competitive multiplayer. Outside of competitive multiplayer, the gaming industry is really cool and real chill. It's just the competitive gamers. Back into Minecraft again. Nice, yeah. Yes, Minecraft is about to get that update. Finally get 1.20. Yeah. Thanks, have a good day, Rory. Good night. Good day, night, everyone. Yeah. Have a good rest of your night, Damien. Yeah, and good luck with the move. John Blow is the figurehead. Wait. Game dev toxicity? You mean Jonathan Blow? He's who I'm thinking of, right? Game dev toxicity? I think we could do a whole Minecraft playthrough on a few streams, to be honest. I mean, we could do that, yeah. Why do you say Jonathan Blow is the figure of dev toxicity? I haven't heard anything of him in ages. Like, since he released The Witness. Ah, right. I see what you mean. Yes. Well, lots of people who were early indie devs who were in the indie dev movie. There was a movie that came out years and years ago that was like Indie Game the Movie. And it followed Jonathan Blow, Phil Fish. I still like Jonathan Blow, yes. I didn't know he was super opinionated. That's fascinating. Yeah. Phil Fish is the Fez guy. And then it followed Edmund McMillan and the other guy who helped develop Super Meat Boy. And I think there was wasn't there one other developer it followed? I feel like it was 4, but maybe it was 3. I don't remember. The Super Meat Boy guys are fine, but Phil Fish and Jonathan Blow both. So yeah, what I'd heard about Jonathan Blow, it wasn't that he was super opinionated. I just heard that Jonathan Blow was like considered to be super pretentious. And Phil Fish was just he was the kind of person who was to be like a self-proclaimed genius. That he's that kind of person. I don't know if he ever did self-proclaim himself to be genius, but he's the kind of person who would claim himself to be a genius, and then he got basically he got bullied out of game development basically because of the way he reacts to shit. He was one of those. He's just a perfect bully target because he would just get so upset about things that people would say that he literally, just from things that people said about him, literally cancelled Fez 2 out of like spite. Yeah. Oh, he's also super pretentious a little bit. I like his work. Yeah. Exactly. I love The Witness. I enjoyed Braid. One of the other things that Jonathan Blow has made. I know he's made a bunch of things. Oh. He worked on some contract stuff, but yeah. Braid is the big one, Witness is the other. No, those are his 2 big ones. But yeah, he's worked on the J programming language, or Jai. He's quality over quantity. Yeah. I mean, The Witness. Like, Braid is good, but for me, The Witness was, like, so good. I loved The Witness so much. The Witness was a brilliant game, in my opinion. So, like, interesting and unique. Yeah, the documentary, as I thought the movie I was thinking of, is literally called Indie Game the Movie. Yeah. But The Witness is so cool. Apparently he's working on something. Long-term project. Interesting. Anyway, let's watch the next thing. Did SpongeBob really say that? Or someone made it sound like he said that? By the way, you're gay. In 4K.
By the way, you're gay.
Definitely some AI stuff going on there. Jai or whatever it is, looks like a nice language. Ah, interesting. But yeah, I'll put this in my. I'll click over here and then put this in my watch. Well, not putting it in my watch later. I'm putting it in my tabs, so it's literally right in front of me. So I've stopped using watch later because I always forget that my watch later is there. So instead, these days, if I want to watch something, I will just open it in a tab. And I'm someone who hates having tabs open. I close all my tabs where possible. So having it just as a tab, it's constantly like plays on my mind. It constantly like irritates my brain till I watch it. Till I deal with it and watch it. He did not like the Looker. Aw, that makes me really sad because the Looker is hilarious, and if I was a developer of The Witness, the Looker, I would think that's great. I love parody. You know, wasn't there a game developer who said they would kill themselves if the game wasn't successful? Oh, I don't know about that. How could they let their game made for kids? How could they allow that? Which developer do you think it is? Can you think of who it was, Zach? Because I mean, I do feel like that is something I would have heard, but like that feels like something that's a developer might have said, like a toxic developer might have said, but I can't think of who it would be. I wonder why. Oh, the Yandere dev. It could be the Yandere dev. Yeah.
This is a Nextbot. Nextbots have recently had a resurgence in popularity, most of the time shown as a rogue PNG that the player aimlessly runs away from to see how...
I was gonna say, he mentioned rogue Nextbot, so recently spikes in popularity. I feel like, yeah, that was like 6 months ago. Yeah.
How long they can survive. Though the perception of Nextbots is mostly comical, their existence...
Yes, I did see that, Maddie.
Why are they so unnerving?
Like...
After we take a deep dive in...
I don't know what's going on with Mojang and their, like, Mojang and Microsoft and their, like, constant tightening of their regulations of their brand. I just don't. I don't know. I don't get it personally.
Yeah. To their history, technology, and psychology, we'll take that information to make our very own ultimate Nextbot. Before making our own, let's understand a bit about these things. For those that don't know, Nextbots are not new. Valve, while making absolute masterpieces in their source engine such as TF2 and Left 4 Dead, realized that their default NPC just wouldn't cut it. They needed better navigation for massive hordes of zombies and robots, something that can more easily target and hunt down players. So this means that technically, Nextbots have been chasing players since 2008, Left 4 Dead's release date. But why use a Nextbot instead of a good old-fashioned NPC? Normal NPCs use a node system to navigate. If you want an NPC to be able to traverse a map, you have to place nodes in order to communicate exactly where it can travel. If it isn't able to trace a path between these nodes to its destination, then the NPC doesn't know how to get there. This means that if a map is more complex...
Basically, he's going to explain that it's like, yeah, traditionally there were like spots you'd put that NPCs could navigate between these spots, these specific locations. Whereas with Left 4 Dead, they added a nav mesh system.
And has more obstacles, you have to place many more nodes for the NPC to move anywhere with efficiency. All in all, the NPC gets the job done, but it's not super efficient at pathing. A Nextbot, on the other hand, uses something a little more sophisticated called a nav mesh. A nav mesh is similar to a node system, but instead of using points, it uses entire areas of space. By placing down and connecting polygons in a map, you can tell the bot which areas of the map it can be in, and which areas lead into others. Instead of having only nodes to walk between, it has access to entire areas to make a decision on how to get somewhere, leading to overall better navigation. As Valve's technology became more...
That's actually something I'm trying to work on at the moment is, I'm trying to, well, I haven't yet looked at it, but my next stage of the thing I'm currently working on is figuring out nav meshes. Because Unity has built-in nav mesh stuff, and I'm gonna try and figure out how the hell that works.
More open to the public through Gary's mod. Steam users Zyzen and Nate Wingman back in 2013 posted the first Nextbot of its kind to the Steam Workshop. It was called Sonic the Hedgehog. Sonic ended up garnering a large amount of popularity, and naturally, the
Nextbots or the very similar things where it's like a 2D image that chases you in a maze. They've existed for fucking years and years, probably like a decade by now. But just maybe there's the latest iteration is new.
Workshop was flooded with low-effort Nextbots that just had a meme or a distorted face as their texture. The creative process for making them hasn't changed
I don't know.
Most just take the base Sonic Nextbot and...
I know I've used nav meshes before because I did a tutorial that had nav meshes in it, but that was a long time ago. Yeah, I don't need it to do much. I just need it to be able to navigate around things. To make it a thing, navigate around other things. So, I'm hoping that it's good enough.
Change the PNG and sounds in order to stamp their submission into the ever-growing library of Nextbots. The reason I think that this way of making Nextbots remains popular, besides them being easy to make, is because they're fun to watch, and easily shareable through videos. When you see Obunga chasing down a player on a
Otherwise, I'm gonna have to make my own
on
system.
social media, it's admittedly entertaining.
Which
the
will
way
not
it
be,
awkwardly
not be
slides along
pleasant.
the floor in an unfittingly eerie
God.
way. But more importantly, why are they so unnerving? Something so simple and rudimentary shouldn't be this unsettling, right? But something about them makes them almost scarier than NPCs or AI with fully fledged models and animations. What exactly does a Nextbot have that others don't? Be honest, have you ever seen an AI move like this before? Being chased by a picture feels like it just shouldn't happen in a game, so when it does, it almost feels like a subtle nod to the fact you are playing a game, a sort of fourth wall break. They also render as if they don't exist in the game's world, instead rendering like evil UI elements coming towards you. And not only are they coming towards you, they are tracking you down with laser-like accuracy thanks to their nav mesh power.
I will say something. I just closed it the other day. I've finally been going through that Cherno teaching C++. I do want to get into Unreal. I want to learn Unreal. Because that's a huge limiting factor for me in my game development sphere, is that I don't know C++. And so I am actually going through Cherno's like C++ learning program thingy he has. You sent it to me years ago, Maddie, and I had never got around to watching it. But I've finally been watching it, and I've been trying to do some C++ programming. But anyway.
Although with Nextbots being more of an experiment than anything, most
It's
of them
meant to be
haven't been
chased by
designed with a
banana
great
Rorius.
horror experience in mind. Nextbots will always chase you down. When you are always chased, you have no time to feel shivers down your spine and realization that something is coming after you. You're only focused on running away and avoiding this thing. We will soon fix this.
Getting flashbacks to Spooky's
Gmod
mansion.
maps are terrifying. Walking around on a Gmod map alone is enough to build tension in someone. GM liminal space. This is just one example of a terrifying map. Walking through the first hallway, I felt the liminal being directly injected into my veins. Eerie, terrifying, and depressing. The amount of effort that was put in to create a map that pinpointed such a feeling is incredible, but their effort mixed with a loud screaming Nextbot can ruin the experience. All that tension is gone because our focus is elsewhere. We need to make an entity to direct that creepiness of the map towards. We need to make the entire map feel alive. And like
thankfully, C++ and C# have enough in common that it's not a huge leap, but there's all sorts of little details that I constantly forget. Yeah, these little idiosyncrasies that make it different from C#, and it's those little bits and pieces. It's the little bits in between that make it so confusing to me. It's like learning. It's like if you're what's a good example? It's like if you're Spanish and you're learning Portuguese. It's like there's just little differences, and it's really easy to forget because you're so used to your language of choice.
Like it's watching you somehow. And the map isn't the only thing we can utilize. We can use the creepiness of Garry's Mod itself. The bulk of the assets in Garry's Mod were scraped together from Valve's previous 2 titles, Half-Life 2.
Sort of. I sort of get pointers and references, but yeah, that one, it's still not strong in my mind.
Models and old crunchy textures that were important have always made the game feel eerie.
I get how they work, but I just forget
of
which symbol is used for which, and I sometimes forget, like, which one do I want to use in this scenario?
Of those other games,
yeah.
Creating this unshakable, uncanny feeling.
Yeah,
which will be very helpful later. There are also some that have lots of memories in previously populated maps, and even the other games in the same engine. This gives a sense of liminality, making the map feel like it should be busy, but everyone vanished. These are massive tools. If Gmod itself is creepy, then it shouldn't be a problem at all to take that tension that Gmod builds up and direct it into something. This is Gargatron, a Nextbot designed with all of these principles in mind in an attempt to create the most unnerving Nextbot AI. The biggest way we can utilize the already unsettling nature of Gmod's engine and maps is by making Gargatron not always chase you. It has 3 different behaviors: stalking, chasing, and hiding. I'll explain the reasons for all 3 of them after. Chasing is exactly what you'd expect. It will run at you at full speed, screaming in true Nextbot fashion. Stalking is its default and starting mode. It will slowly move its way towards you, playing a sound that gets louder and louder the closer it gets. Lastly, hiding, where it will quickly run away to a random spot on the map. When you spawn Gargatron in, it will immediately teleport to a random spot and start its stalking phase, inching its way towards your location. But why exactly do we need the stalking phase? When making Gargatron, I wanted to lean on the unsettling nature of Garry's Mod and complement it with his AI, so the stalking phase is necessary to add some downtime. Some time for you to feel chills after you realize you just spawned something in that's after you and you have no idea where it is. When Gargatron finally enters your line of sight after stalking, it will flip a coin. On heads, it will enter its hiding behavior and run out of view, making sure that you saw it hide. After hiding, he stalks you again, building that tension even further and making an already terrifying map even more terrifying. And if he flips tails, better start running. But if you escape him for long enough, he will stop chasing you and end up moving to a new spot, starting the stalking process over again. What this behavior is aiming to mimic is some sort of artificial sentience and unpredictability. By making it react to you in a random way, it feels like it has some kind of thought process going on. In no way is Gargatron perfect, but the behavior, the uncanny and creepy feel of the PNG Nextbot design, the pinpoint accuracy of the nav mesh, and not even to mention SCP-079's horrifying face, and some spine-chilling sounds from Silent Hill and FNAF, we have what I believe to be the most unnerving Nextbot. Here are some of the most unsettling moments I recorded while messing around with this monster.
Oh god. Yeah, some of those fucking Five Nights at Freddy's sound effects are so eerie. Uh-oh. Oh, God. Oh. That was startling. Reason for that is that a reference is just a pointer under the hood. Yeah. That's right, yeah. Yeah. Oh God. You're fucked. Never mind. Holy shit. Actually terrifying.
If you enjoyed this video, there are
Angles
more on the
Radio,
way.
yeah.
Subscribe if you don't want.
Oof. Yeah, when the type is bigger than the pointer size. Yeah, you use references and pointers, yeah. Yeah, yeah. It's one of those things where it's like I'm so used to essentially if I'm not mistaken, if I recall correctly, in C# basically everything is pointers. When you call a function with a thing, wait, I gotta remind myself because I just do it so instinctively in C# that I don't even really think much about it. Or is it copies? And like naturally. Wait, no, it's a copy, isn't it? It's naturally copies. God, I always mix it up. I think it's whenever you pass something, it's always just an entire copy. Classes are references types, parameters are not copied. Structure value types, parameters are copied. Right, yes. Probably, yes, yeah. So, when you pass like an object that has a bunch of values within it, yeah, when you pass a class, that's why I was getting confused. I always get fucking confused when I think about it. It's so intuitive when you just do it, but then when I actually have to think about it, I'm like, what fucking way is it? That's why when I go to do C++, I'm like, fuck, which one do I use? Because I never usually think about it. Yeah. If you're sending like an object across, you manipulate that object, it's going to retain that manipulation. If you pass like a primitive, yeah, like a struct or something with just primitive values, it's not, you're not manipulating the original thing. You're manipulating, it gets copied, and you're not manipulating a copy of it. Yes, yeah. Yeah, so if you want to be able to manipulate the original piece, you can use a reference, the reference keyword, so that it will send an actual reference instead. So if you manipulate that data, it's manipulating the original version of that data. Yeah. See, I never usually think about it. But I do that. I work with it just instinctively in that way. So yeah. That's one of those things when it comes to C++, I just have to get it through my brain. I have to get it's like how, okay, actually this is a good analogy. When I was learning English, when I was at primary school, we were never taught things like what a present participle is, or and was it there's infinitive or things like that. There's a bunch of words used to describe the way our language is structured. I learned things like noun and adverb and verb and pronoun and things like that, but adjective. But then we never learnt any words relating to conjugation. I'd never heard of the word conjugation before. I'd never heard the word like things like present participle, past participle, or the future infinitive form. There's a bunch of words used to describe language that's what I still learn at my school. Right, okay. I was gonna say, we never learned that when learning English, you know. They just told us that, they told us about tenses and stuff like that. Oh, the past tense of this one is this. And if you're using this in this context, you use this. But it wasn't until I learned Spanish, or one of the many other languages that I learned throughout my years, that I studied, that I learned the wording used to describe what I'm saying. So yeah, things like structures like I run. It's not. It's got like, it's an infinitive form where it's like, part of the problem is that English doesn't have a bunch of them. Like, we don't conjugate specific, like, we conjugate the same way for a bunch of different meanings, whereas other languages have different conjugations for each of those different meanings. So, like, to say something happens, has happened, and will happen, like, that is something that you do, you have done, and you will continue to do, is like, it's like, I run. That suggests that I have run, that I will, that I do, that I frequently run, and that I will continue to frequently run. It's a form that, like, we just never learned it when I was at school. So I just didn't have the framework or the structure to talk about it, because I didn't know what it was called. Until I learned other languages that have conjugation for those things. It's the same with programming. I didn't have, like, pointers and references weren't a thing in Java or C#, and they might have mentioned them in passing when we were learning the languages, but since I started with object-oriented programming and I started with Java and then moved to C#, I never learned it. Oh, hey Pascal. You need to submit a video? Right, you don't have to, but if you wish to submit a video, go ahead. I am going very slowly. I need to speed this up.
I understand that quite a few of you out there are dealing with a pornography addiction. If you are struggling, I want you to know that you have my support and that I'm here to help you through this. Recognizing that you have an addiction is the first step towards recovery. It takes courage to admit it, and I commend you for that. Oh my god. Remember that just because you have an addiction, it doesn't make you a bad person. We're human, and humans are prone to making mistakes.
When you get memory, you get why Minecraft Java runs so bad. Yeah.
You keep trying to stay clean even when you mess up.
Every
day is a new opportunity to start fresh. Real love and
I've never looked at the code of Minecraft. It'd be fascinating.
Mutual respect, trust, and communication. They are not built on objectification or exploitation. Do not settle for a cheap and empty imitation of love. You deserve real love.
Oh, I forgot I have cookies.
And it's out there waiting for you. But you have to be willing to put in the work to overcome your addiction and to build the life you truly want. You don't have to be perfect at it, though. Keep your focus on progress.
Well,
I believe in you, and I know you can do it. I urge you to seek help if you need it.
It broke in half.
There is no shame in asking for help. And you don't need to overcome this alone.
Why am I listening to this?
There are many resources available to help you.
That's really funny. AI Batman telling me about that it's okay that I should seek help for my porn addiction. What is perception?
Perception is analyzing, sensing data that the robot gets.
I appreciate that, Tiano.
And outputting useful information for downstream tasks.
Generalized robots are not quite possible without actively perceiving your environment and understanding it.
Consider this image. You probably almost instantly recognized it as a frozen cube of broccoli.
Unironically,
even thinking about
uninspiring,
it.
yeah.
Most people probably take for granted how quickly and how accurately their eyes detect what is in front of them, even in new scenarios. But when designing perception systems
There's a nerdy
for robots,
Minecraft video about World
it
Gen
becomes
coming up.
apparent just how efficient
Cool.
our eyes really are, and the sophisticated connection they have to our brain.
The perception work that we're doing at Agility is fairly unique.
Damn.
We're developing algorithms that will go on a physical platform, go out into the world and do actual work.
This is going to replace the Amazon workers.
And it's real-time environment interaction. So with static cameras, you can go and play back images. They have no motion blur. You can really kind of control your environment a lot. But with Digit moving around, the effects of how you detect the first thing also subsequently affects everything after that.
If we're doing something like terrain mapping.
Only problem with this is it's too slow for Amazon. At least for now. But also, I agree, Zach. That video needs an animation of Batman actually delivering those lines.
We want to make sure that that's accurate so the robot doesn't trip on obstacles or clutter in the environment. We can also think about things like object detection or obstacle detection. We don't want Digit out there running into objects or people that it shouldn't be. One of the big challenges that we have on the perception team is robustness, especially to new scenarios that we haven't seen before.
Unsurprisingly, one of the most powerful tools to help achieve this is machine learning.
You can do vision without AI. You can do things like object recognition. There are traditional algorithms for that, but since AlexNet came out, it beat every other traditional model on this large database called ImageNet. So there's really no better tool to use.
Neural networks are computing systems that process data in ways that mimic the human brain. And when using machine learning and neural networks, there is one resource valued above all else.
Neural networks are always
Data
fascinating
is the
to
most
look
important
at.
thing in AI.
Hey,
Without
Rocky.
good data, we cannot build
Welcome
good
to the
AI.
stream.
And so going and collecting more and more data as we go to more and more environments, we'll keep getting better and better at that kind of general base model.
If we gather a lot of training data for the machine learning model in a certain environment and we deploy in a different environment, that's going to really start to challenge our perception algorithms.
Currently, perception algorithms require lots of human intervention and maintenance, and they are mostly tailored to specific tasks. Engineers have to manually filter through training data to help teach the model what's what. But the world isn't predictable, and it isn't easily modeled. It's full of randomness and uncertainties, so general-purpose robots will need to be able to adapt on the fly.
We try to show the models as much as we can of variation that's even unrealistic so that it can generalize to a good point.
Instead of developing a perception algorithm to run once on one set of data, we want to be developing an algorithm
piece
that's
for animation
robust
of Batman
to unseen scenarios. One thing that we're constantly thinking about is identifying those cases where the perception algorithm fails, filter that information back to the engineers, and then we can design different algorithmic solutions for that.
The goal is that some...
Yeah, you put it in your demo reel. Make an animation demo reel and put Batman talking about porn addiction in there.
Someday robots will be able to do this themselves, using their onboard systems to detect failures and make corrections.
We have so much complexity, so many things that come into play, and we want Digit to be able to interact with all of those things and handle them dynamically, handle people in situations and totes in unknown locations, things like that, and be able to still do its job safely.
I don't know why, but I frequently find it annoying when I see... I don't know why. These robots getting too advanced. I know, it's fascinating. It's scary and fascinating. But it frequently annoys me how robot designers people trying to design like advanced robots, they almost always try to make them humanoid. They try and make them bipedal. They try and make them have 2 arms and a head of some kind. And I'm just like, I'm sitting here frequently, like, why? Why make them humanoid? Making robots humanoid, especially the ones that like designed to be like super realistic, like they look like the more and more indistinguishable from humans, like the ones that are designed to look and mimic human appearance as best as possible. I genuinely don't think the human structure is the best structure for future robotics. You seem to just make them less scary in public. The thing is, though, I think they're more scary. I think you'll find that most people, at least at this stage of robotics, they're actually scarier because they look like a human. Having a cute little droid with like, having like a cute little R2-D2 droid, is way more, like, acceptable, or it's way more like pleasing to the average person than like a borderline but not quite humanoid robot. I think it helps with making them smaller. Industrial robots should have right, but you can have like the one I'm always thinking of. One of the robots I always think about is the dog robot. The one that's the big one. Dog robot. The one that can run on ice and stuff like that. Not the little one. I keep seeing the little one. Okay, here's the little one. Here's the little one that people probably always think about. Yeah, you make them look like animals. Like, yeah, I think this is actually, oh, no, is this another small one? They have a much bigger one. I think they're all based on the same technology. I just remember there was this big dog. Wait, if I go back. Okay, wait. Dog robot walks on ice. This old video. This was an old video of a dog robot by Boston Dynamics. And it was like... This is 2010, so this is over a decade ago. But this dog robot was firstly capable of traversing complicated terrain, and I believe they were pushing it around at one point to test its ability. Yeah, there we go. Wait. It was on concrete, not ice. They literally are able to kick it, and it can stabilize itself with its 4 legs to make sure it's always standing, and the payload, whatever it's carrying, can stay relatively upright. Oh, here it is. Here's the ice. It struggles a bit, but it tries its best to stay upright on slippery terrain and stuff like that. That's, like, way nicer. You have so much more functionality out of a 4-legged robot. Like, a 2-legged robot would just, like, slip and fall over and it's just, like, dead. You're stuck with a robot on the floor. Unless it can get itself back up, which some of them can. And then, like, in Interstellar, their vision of the future of robotics is sort of how my mind works, and that is that they, like, abandoned, in their mind, in that world, they abandoned making robots, like, humanoid, and opted for, like, optimal structural design. The robots in Interstellar, you meet 2 of them, and the main one that you come across is called Tars, and he's said to be an ex-military robot, but he just looks like a slab. He looks like a slab of metal, and the way he moves, he's actually like multiple segments of like extendable metal rods, essentially, that can either spiral and move in like a cogwheel formation, or it can like walk with sort of like alternating leg segments And in my mind, I'm like, yeah, that makes more sense to me. Especially once it started fucking, like, rotating and cartwheeling. I was like, that makes sense to me because, like, you want it to be basically this robot to be able to function in as many different environments as possible. You want it to be able to function when it's submerged in water. You want it to be able to function when it's on strange terrain, or like when it needs to move quickly, it's able to like gear up and move quickly, and it's able to grab things because of the different rod extension components. The only thing that I would say is it's a bit far-fetched with that robot design is the idea of it being able to grab something without doing too much, without breaking it, because it doesn't look like it has any sort of like pressure sensors, but I don't know. Who knows? Yeah, great. I find myself. Yeah. I think that when I'm talking about like advanced robotics, but I think the average person, like, people like their little Roombas with a little like googly eyes on them or something, you know. You want your robots to look small and innocent and cute, and to look non-humanoid, because it means that you can handle them being essentially robotic slaves without the fucking mental gymnastics of having to get past the idea of having like a human, what looks like a human. Like, I'm imagining like service robots, as we talked about before, like a waiter or a waitress. Rather than making them look humanoid, you want them to look like an animal or something. You want them to look like a cute cat or cute dog or something. Or just a little machine, like a little R2-D2 machine that just takes your plates to you and either beeps and boops or plays little sound clips, and maybe you stick some eyes on it to make it a little bit more endearing. You don't want people to have to deal with the existential horror that is humanoid robotics when you're just trying to get a meal at a restaurant. Like, I don't know. It annoys me when people insist on going for the human form and human structure. Because, yeah, again, I think the human form isn't the best form. There are much better forms. Quadrupeds with multiple limbs would be much better. I don't know. That's my personal opinion. Yes. No, the dog robot is scary, to be fair. But that is because it is designed as that one there, that particular dog robot that I was showing just off there a second ago, that was supposed to be a military robot. So it is scary. It's a human-sized, dog-shaped robot. No face, just packages. Yeah. Anyway.
What the hell is wrong with you, boy?
What the heck? Everything just exploded. The video for the first AI cover is rendering. Oh, I see. Sorry, I haven't got you those sound things. You asked about Pascal, you asked about the sound, the clips. Unfortunately, I don't have any raw clips. Well, I do, but the way I'd have to get them, they're recorded together. So I'd have to rip the audio out from the videos, and that will take some time. So I can't get you those clips just yet, but I might be able to get them to you in the near future. Do you think about the robots? Yeah, what they'll be like in 2030? Well, exactly. I'm thinking ahead. I'm thinking about how advanced things will become in like 10 years. In 10 more years, things will be crazy. And I'd rather that they didn't try and make them too human. I think, honestly, that people find, like, cute, oddly shaped robots way more endearing and acceptable in the home. Or, like, you think of in Fallout, like, your Mr. Gusty or your Mr. Handy, is like a robot that lives in the home. That robot's probably not a great design because it's got a giant jet that keeps it propelled. It has like a jet at the bottom of it that keeps it propelled, held up, floating in the air. But a robot that's just like a sphere with an eye on it, that talks to you, and when it has like a bunch of different tentacle functions. I say tentacles, they're little like arms, but it is kind of octopus shaped. That is way more like, that feels way more acceptable as a butler robot than having a literal human, like almost human robot would be, in my opinion. You're not bothered by the humanoid robot? It freaks me out. Every time I would turn around and see it, like, lurking somewhere in my home, I would jump. They can pull off a full-on humanoid robot with facial expressions, more power to them. I mean, yeah, it's impressive, but I don't think it's the right way to go. Yeah. 3 worst mistakes in 3D.
In this video, I'm going to be sharing the biggest mistakes that new and even experienced 3D artists make.
I actually saw this guy's channel just the other day.
For those of you who don't know, I've been doing 3D since I was around 14 years old, specifically in Blender. And over this period, I've learned a lot, not only about the entire 3D space in general.
I was about 14, 15 when I started Blender as well. I just didn't keep up with it
as well. Now, this video won't be some holy grail that
so I don't have the skills
overnight, but what it will do is make you cognizant of the areas of which you may be making mistakes or spending too much time or even just not thinking properly. Now, the 80-20 rule states that 80% of results come from 20% of the input or something like that. But basically, a lot of you are probably focusing on the small stuff that won't really make a massive dent in your overall goals. So let's start with number 1, which is stressing too much over topology. You see, ever since the dawn of time in 3D, we've been ingrained that topology is going to make or break our 3D work. Even when I got started, I was watching the old school videos, learning sub-D modeling techniques, and most of those videos are still around and getting tons of views. Now, that isn't to say there's anything wrong with a sub-D modeling approach, but rather that it can be a massive waste of time if that modeling style isn't required for your goals. You see, I've spoken with plenty of VFX artists, animators, and people like this, and what I can say
exercise
for sure
soft image.
is that
I
if
see
you're
what you
in
mean.
these fields, you're probably going to want to focus specifically on clean topology, specifically with quads. Because
no, I wanted to do 3D modeling when I was in junior high, but the class, they literally lied to us. There was a class that was said to be like doing animation and 3D modeling and stuff like that, and then when we actually did the class, the teacher who like advertised the class to all the students wasn't the one teaching it, and the one who's teaching it did not do any animation stuff. It was basically an IT or an ICT class, and I was so mad about that because I specifically joined that class to do animation. The closest thing to being relevant to anything that I cared about, though, was we did do some very, very basic HTML, and I made my first ever, like, website that wasn't hosted, but just, like, one that you could access from your PC. All written in HTML and CSS. Did we even do CSS? I can't even remember if we did CSS. I have a feeling we might have touched it, but we didn't really do any CSS. But no, it wasn't until when I was 14 turning 15, I went to senior high. The senior high that I went to had all the computers were that, like, they saved money for on the setting up of the school by making everything open source. All the computers were running Linux, and all the software on the computers was all open source software. So we had like, we didn't have the typical, like, image software. We had GIMP, and we had Wine, but it got removed from the computers because of something I did early on. Something I inadvertently did early on. I've told this story before, haven't I? That back in my first year at the senior high, it was literally just opened, so we were the only year level there. I brought in a flash drive one day that had the PlayStation emulator, the EPSXE, on it, with a handful of different ROMs, different image files for different games, for those who don't know what the words mean. And I transferred it from my flash drive onto my account, and I played PlayStation Emulator at school through Wine. And a friend of mine asked to use it, asked if he could get a copy of it. So I gave it to him, gave him the flash drive, not for him to copy it necessarily, but for him to play it. Yes. I didn't actually get into trouble because no one knew it was me it wasn't, they didn't link it back to me. But let's just say I let one of my friends, or a couple of my friends, borrow the flash drive to play PlayStation Emulator for a bit. And then a week later, someone I had never even talked to, I looked over their shoulder and they were playing Spyro on their computer. And I was like, oh no, I've accidentally spread PlayStation Emulator quite far across the school. And over the holidays following that, Wine was removed from the school computers. And I thought, I was like, oh god, that's clearly some people have been abusing it. I wasn't sure if it was me, but I was like, oh no, people have been abusing Wine, and I was one of them. I find out years later, one of my friends was working he was at the school, he was also working as one of the IT members, one of the IT team. He told me at university, while I was at university, he was like, oh yeah, we had to remove Wine from the school computers because someone had brought in software that, what did he say? He was like, someone had brought in software that got copied to almost every single user had hundreds of megabytes, if not gigabytes, of PlayStation emulator software that it was overloading the storage space that the school had for use for people's computers. So that they were running out of storage space rapidly, so they had to, the way that they tackled it is by removing Wine so people couldn't use non Linux software. At the time, I don't believe EPSXE worked on Linux, so it turns out it was me. It was single-handedly fucking me got Wine removed from the school computers because I brought an emulated PlayStation to school. I emulated PlayStation games on school computer. I did, yeah. Yeah, no, the emulator itself doesn't take that much space. It was all the ROMs that came with it. It was all the games that came with it. Because I had all the Spyros, I think. I had all the Crash Bandicoots. I had a bunch of games that I brought with it. And apparently it got spread so wide. It got so widespread that almost every person's account at school had a copy of this PlayStation emulator with all the games on it. It was overloading the fucking storage that the school had. And I told him, I was like, oh my god, that was I don't think he said it was specifically PlayStation. I forget how he worded it. He said something about the thing being overloaded, or that something to do with storage space, or something to do with spreading software. And I was like, it wasn't a PlayStation emulator, was it? And he said, yeah, actually it was a PlayStation emulator. And I was like, oh fuck. He thought I just figured it out because I had got a copy of it, but no, I was the fucking source of it. Yeah, no, it's the games that take up all the space. The emulator itself is tiny. It's the games that take up all the space. Anyway, once again, sorry for being distracted.
Well, required, but I also see a ton.
Well, they didn't know it was me. They never linked it back to me. They didn't know they didn't scour through the files to see who was the first to copy it, you know. So they never figured. They didn't know it was me. I didn't know that I wasn't certain that I was the reason behind wine being removed. I thought I was just one of many people who were abusing wine to play other stuff. I didn't realize that I was basically the sole reason why until years later. Until I was at university talking to a friend who just happened to also work at the school. Before and at the time, he was still working at the school. So it wasn't until years later that was discovered. So I had no repercussions. You had a terabyte external drive. Damn. You had a lot of emulated stuff. I can't believe you filled up a terabyte with just emulation stuff. I was gonna say, I have a terabyte. I have like multiple terabytes of drives for my Steam folder. But for just emulators?
Of 3D concept artists or people getting into the games industry stressing too much.
I could have been in serious trouble, yes.
Based topology. Now,
if they had figured it out.
It won't hurt you, but it might waste a lot of your time. You see, if you're modeling some complex, detailed mesh and plan to bake that geometry onto a low poly version, as a simple example, you would be wasting all your valuable creative energy attempting to model that high poly version with clean quad-based topology. Instead, a much more practical approach is to use quicker workflows such as a Boolean workflow with a specific focus on clean shading rather than perfect topology. Now, in a situation like this, you'll not only have more versatility in your workflow as well as creative freedom, but also the ability to save time that you would have originally invested into getting clean geometry. So I encourage you, whether you're a beginner or even experienced 3D artist, to really sit and think what workflow is required for what you are doing. What is ideal? How can I find that nice middle ground to save me time and give me the most creative freedom as possible? Because the truth is,
Steam was part of that hard drive.
Topology can absolutely destroy your creative freedom if it isn't a required workflow for your specific pipeline. Clean topology is important, but isn't always required. So pick your battles. Now, number 2 is not being portfolio oriented. Now, look, I understand that not everyone wants to work in the 3D industry and that some of you are just doing it for fun.
Right.
But what I do know is that every single human being has an innate interest in receiving attention for their work. That's just the truth of human nature. So whether you want to make a living in the space or not, being portfolio oriented is what is going to help bring that attention to you and even help you pick up work and
I'm 29 years old.
Intuitively, most people know a good portfolio is important for receiving that attention, but they don't actually put work into their portfolio. Now, I know some people are probably yelling saying, but Josh, I do put work into my portfolio. I've been uploading for years and I have a massive portfolio. And that may very well be true, but the question is your portfolio getting the attention you actually want? If you're being truly honest with yourself and the answer is yes, then keep on doing what you're doing. But for many of you, that answer is probably no. So even if you're putting work into your portfolio and uploading consistently, that doesn't mean you're actually portfolio oriented. I could whip up a design in 2 minutes, half-ass the lighting and composition, and put in a little bit of post-processing work and upload that result to my portfolio. So yes, in that case, I am focused on my portfolio, but I'm not portfolio oriented because I'm not actually uploading high-quality work. And this may be the case for some of you if you're not getting the results you want. It is incredibly important that you focus on the entire package, not just one thing. That means your modeling, designs, visual imagery, balance, composition, framing,
rotting,
and probably the most important one for your renders, which is lighting. All of these elements come together to create pieces that will get you engagement, but if some of these are missing, you can upload to your portfolio
29 next week,
day,
right?
Things probably won't change.
Well, happy early birthday.
Sure I'll
try and
because
catch you for your birthday if possible. But
some of the most important elements in your portfolio are missing. Now, we have plenty of tutorials on pretty much every aspect of design, lighting, modeling, and everything in between, and they're all free on our channel. We also have both free and paid products over on our website to help facilitate this process of building your portfolio. So it just depends on the time you want to save to get to your destination. So whether you watch our free YouTube tutorials or purchase some of our more focused courses over on blenderbros.com, just make sure you are indeed portfolio oriented. It is incredibly important. And last but not least is mindset. If you're too lazy to seek out solutions to get the tools that will make your workflow more efficient and professional, then just leave and unsubscribe from my channel now, because I want to help people that actually help themselves. Now, most of my tutorials use paid tools. That is no surprise, but you don't need to use the tools I use. There are plenty of alternatives out there.
I'll try and say happy birthday closer to your birthday, is what I mean.
Workflow. It's less about the tools you use and more about the time certain tools will save you. So for example, if over the period of a year I can spend $40 to save 1,000 hours of work time, I am always going to do that. It just makes sense. I always view tools as a value proposition. I look at the price, then I look at the potential time it will save me, and then I assess if the price versus potential time saved is worth it. I do know that pretty much everyone watching this would never explicitly work for 4 cents per hour, but with the example above, assuming you didn't get the tools that save you 1,000 hours of work, that is basically what you would be doing indirectly. If you absolutely refuse to buy the tools that are going to save you time and get the job done more efficiently, just unsubscribe and dislike the video now. You're probably not a good fit for my channel. But for those of you that get the tools you need to get the results you want, stick around and find some content you like. So these are the 3 major mistakes I see 3D artists making. It generally boils down to the basics: concerns over topology, portfolio orientation, and operating with a limited belief mindset. If you can change these 3 things, I guarantee you'll begin to see much more improvement within your 3D work. Like with
Interesting. But I will say I have gotten more comfortable with using purchased materials and stuff like that. With my work with Laftoni Baloney, I saw how, like, even free stuff, how useful having just like I mean, to be fair, working on Source, like working with Hammer on mods for Source Engine games, I was spoiled by just a huge pool of assets to work with. When you go into game development, suddenly you have no assets. You have to start. The closest thing to an asset you have are the primitive objects. And then sometimes engines come with a bunch of pre-made stuff, like I think Unreal has a bunch of shaders that they've built in, and maybe they might even have some materials, textures, and stuff like that that are free, but that are just like would come with the engine. But like, especially with Unity, when you just start, you just have nothing. You have to start from scratch, and that's really daunting at first. Like, until you start learning how to make assets, or you get someone to help you with assets, or you acquire assets somehow, it can be quite daunting. But there is so much free stuff that you can download from the Unity Asset Store, and working with that has really like brought back that old mindset of mine, that is like, or that old feeling of mine. Yeah, I have seen it. I've really liked it. Has brought back that old feeling of being just like kind of spoiled for choice sometimes when it comes to assets and stuff like that, because there's so much free stuff on the Unity Asset Store. Just throw together some placeholder models and you're good. Hand gestures specifically for the video. Wait, which hand gestures? I missed the context for that comment. Yeah, so I have seen this recently. We might watch a little bit of it. Just to show off the channel, because this channel's cool.
Longtime fans, and for that matter, medium and short-time fans as well, will know that I'm a big fan of the Twisted Metal franchise, but it wasn't always that way.
The thing is, I'm a huge fan of Twisted Metal, and yet I've only really played Twisted Metal Black.
I'd known of the anomalous Sweet Tooth as one of the most iconic and recognizable mascots of the PlayStation brand for a very long time. Despite that, my experiences with the franchise was minimal. I'd attempted to play Black a few times when my brother gave it to me, along with all his other PS2 games in 20...
I played Twisted Metal Black to death back in the day. Twisted Metal Black was one of the first games I ever saw for PS2. Sorry for once again tangenting. Back with the PS2, when I first came across the PS2, one of my friends had one. I think there were like 2 games they had with their PlayStation 2. One was Final Fantasy X, and the other was Twisted Metal. Twisted Metal Black, I should say. And I remember seeing the cover of Twisted Metal Black and being like, oh my god, I have to get a PS2, please. Like, immediately go to my mom, like, please, I need PS2. Because I didn't even know it existed until that point. Because back then, they didn't really have ads for PlayStation, like, for consoles. They still don't really have ads for consoles these days. And I didn't read magazines. I was like, I would have been like 6 or 8 or something like that. No, how old was I when the PS2 came out? Yeah, between the ages of 6 and 8. I think we got the PS2 by the time I was 8. I might have been 7 when we got a PS2. So I just remember seeing that Twisted Metal Black cover with Sweet Tooth on it. I was like, holy shit, that's cool. I need a PS2. And I proceeded to... Eventually, we got Twisted Metal Black, and we borrowed it, hired it, or whatever. And I played Twisted Metal Black to death. I played it over and over and over again. But I never really played the originals. I tried playing the demo for Twisted Metal 1, but I was terrible at it, and I couldn't figure it out. And I played like a handful of rounds of Twisted Metal 2012 or whatever, the remake they made for the reimagining they made in 2012 or something for PS3. Or was it earlier than that? 2009, 2010, I don't know. Whatever the case, the PS3 one. And that's it. That's it for my me playing Twisted Metal.
10, but I never got into it as it was far too hard for me at the time.
It is a hard game to play.
I also bought Twisted Metal 2 and 3 off Craigslist back at the peak of my physical game collecting days in 2013 to 2015, but it wasn't until the pandemic that I really got properly into Twisted Metal. And that was because of the PS4 port of Twisted Metal Black, which I basically bought on a whim when it was on sale. I may have also been drunk at the time, but I don't remember, which probably means I was drunk. And that was the first time I really learned to appreciate what exactly these games were. From then on, I was hooked, and decided to go out of my way to buy all the games in the series that I didn't own, which included the very first Twisted Metal game, so this was actually the 4th or possibly 5th game in the series that I properly played. Which means I'm able to approach this game from the point of view of hindsight when taking the rest of the series into account, as well as its own merits. What amazes me the most about the original Twisted Metal is just how old it is. I've had multiple people try and tell me that Carmageddon came first or Interstate 76 came first, but no, Twisted Metal came out in November of 1995, meaning it predates a lot of the other games that people associate with the genre. As a matter of fact, this means that this is arguably the first big IP associated with the PlayStation, predating even Crash Bandicoot.
It does.
However, since it was a very early game on the console, Twisted Metal 95 is very...
One of the only older games on PlayStation 1 is, like, franchises, is, I think, Wipeout. When did the first Wipeout come out? Wipeout, PS1. Oh, it's like a month before. When did the PlayStation, the console, actually release? The first one? It was 94, yeah, okay. 94 in Japan, and September 95 in... Oh, that's why. September 95 in North America. So Wipeout must have been like basically a release title. September 5th. September 29th. It came out like later the same month the PS1 was released. And then Twisted Metal was Twisted Metal, the 1995 game. Yeah, it came out like like 11, 12 days later. Holy shit. So yeah, Twisted Metal came out like 2 months after, or like a month after, like just a little over a month after the PS1 came out. Damn.
Primitive in certain ways, particularly in the presentation.
So this is a release
title. It was originally made at the height of the FMV craze, and they were originally meant to bring across the story via these extremely cheesy but nonetheless charming FMV cutscenes. But they were later scrapped for various reasons, one of which being they still used the beta name for the game, High Octane, which is a much less dynamic sounding name than Twisted Metal. I quite like these endings because they have a really scrappy, low-budget charm to them with the terrible acting and campy visuals. Most of these cutscenes were of course preserved in all their hilarious amateur quality in the PS2 re-release of Twisted Metal Head-On. But there were also other cutscenes that needed to be rescued, which you can find on YouTube, including one FMV cutscene which I believe was the context cutscene that explains the backstory of the game, which would later be replaced by these text scrolls.
One of the 12 drivers in the contest will come to me at the end of the battle, and I shall grant to that one single individual whatever they ask for.
I guess with this, the intention was that they wanted to have better or at least more interesting production, but once these cutscenes were cut, presumably they had to scramble to bring across the same points in whatever way they could.
Well, something fascinating. We won't go too much more into this because I'm going to move on, and I've seen it before, because I watched it before. If you're interested in Twisted Metal at all, I would highly recommend checking out Tactical Bacon Productions, because they do a bunch of Twisted Metal content. But something really interesting about Twisted Metal Black in particular is I don't know if you tried to say it, Zach, but it got blocked out. I'm not sure, because I only see there's like your comment judging by how dark the game is, especially with the cutscenes, doesn't have any context to it. Something interesting about Twisted Metal Black that I never knew is that seemingly, I think it may be in both Australia and New Zealand, but probably more so because of Australia, the version that we got in New Zealand, It's Too Easy to Die in the first Twisted Metal. Right, yeah. I will say, I struggled to play Twisted Metal, the demo for the first Twisted Metal, because it was too hard for me. Even though I had played Twisted Metal Black before, and it wasn't too hard. You said a bad word? Okay. Fascinatingly, Twisted Metal Black doesn't have the cutscenes in it, in the New Zealand version. So, and YouTube said no. Fair enough. The standard version of Twisted Metal Black has a bunch of cutscenes where all the story is, and I love those cutscenes. I think they're fascinating and creepy and dark. But I discovered years later that somehow, like maybe I'd seen the text scrolls in the version that I had, because I felt like I knew the stories behind all the characters, and yet I came to realize that the PlayStation, the version of the Twisted Metal that we had, all the cutscenes for like explaining the character's backstory and explaining like what the character's motives and their final wish never shows in the Twisted Metal Black in the version that we have here. And when I realized that, I was actually kind of upset, because the cutscenes, they're not that bad. They're not that like dark. I mean, they're dark, but they're not that like gory or violent. And I think they're really cool, and it's sad that But what's weird is that I felt like I'd seen them before when I watched them. But when I like tested it and replayed the game, yeah, sure enough, no cutscenes play in the version that we had in New Zealand. So it's so weird. It's real strange.
In a recent roadmap update, Microsoft has confirmed that Windows 10 will reach end of support on October 14th, 2025.
You mean rant?
And it's called upon users to start making the transition to
That's
Windows
why people
11.
like the channel, right? People
now,
like
it's
my
important
ranting.
to note that this information has been known for quite a while now, but the news here appears...
Wait, what? 2025.
Now, it's important to note that this information has been known for quite a while now, but the news here appears to be that version 22H2 will be the final version of Windows 10. Before we move on, have in mind that the majority of this video can be consumed in just audio form, so if you have anything to do, feel free to do it while listening. Also, please consider supporting the channel by subscribing and turning on bell notifications. Thanks a ton. In a sense, this roadmap marks the official beginning of the final stage in Windows 10's lifecycle, and now that the end of the road is on the horizon, the community is becoming increasingly vocal about legitimate concerns. Given the fact that the only supported alternative Microsoft currently has to offer is an unpolished and hardware-wise non-inclusive Windows 11, the discontinuation of Windows 10 is something that users are generally, to put it mildly, not happy about. In fact, they're kind of pissed. And the comment section for this particular community post illustrates just how pissed they actually are. Maybe finish Windows 11 before forcing us onto it, one person suggested. This is going to be a really popular move, someone else remarked sarcastically, as there are a lot of people for whom Windows 11 is either not able to run on this hardware or an anathema. It seems a bit too soon to stop Windows 10 feature updates, another person commented, considering that it still has time left and Windows 11 still needs polishing. Now, as apologetic as it may sound, an unpolished Windows 11, assuming that it remains unpolished even in the year 2025, is an issue that both Microsoft and Windows users technically would be able to work around. Its non-inclusive hardware requirements, on the other hand, are a whole different pair of shoes, which have the potential of turning the end of support for Windows 10 into a significantly problematic event. In order to understand why the death of Windows 10 may prove to be a huge problem for Microsoft, it can help to take a look at the bygone era of Windows XP, because there's a rather interesting correlation between Windows 10 and its successors potentially, and Windows XP and the major versions that came after it. Here's a little timeline that I mocked up in order to illustrate the next part of this video. It's nothing fancy, but it should get the job done.
Yeah,
the first point
it's a bit like
represents
this.
the launch of Windows XP, which took place in October 2001, and then we have January 2007 marking the release of Windows Vista. After
then
that,
7,
we have 2
then
points
8.
marking the months and years that Windows 7 and 8 were released respectively, with the final point representing April 2014, which was the month and year that extended support for Windows XP had come to an end. Now, Windows XP was an extremely popular and well-received operating system with significant sales figures for its time.
What's annoying to me, what really annoys me about all this is that I remember part of the whole thing with Windows 10 was that it was supposed to be... I remember there was... Maybe I'm misremembering it exactly, or maybe I wasn't supposed to take it so seriously, but I remember hearing that Windows 10 was supposed to kind of be the final version of Windows. A bit like how, like, Apple, like, made OS X. And that's like, do they still just update OS X to this day? Or I don't actually know what the deal is with that. I don't keep up with Apple related technology. But, I feel like Windows 10 was supposed to be mimicking that, where it was like, Windows 10 is the final version of Windows, and that it's supposed to, like, ideally, they would go forth just patching Windows 10 as long as they could. But now I see that, no. Windows 10, they had a 10-year operating plan, and once the 10 years is up, that's it. Windows 10 definitely needs to get extended support like XP got. Because I think lots of people adopted Windows 10. and it needs to be. I think it needs more support than 2025. I think it needs to go at least a few more years beyond that. At least until if they release 11 and people don't like it, and then they release 12, and maybe people are more liking that or something. Give time for like the next big one to release, like how there was XP, and then there was Vista, and then there was 7. So then people like jumped to 7. And then there was 8, no one liked, and then there was 10. People jumped to 10. 11's coming up, maybe people don't like it. Maybe 12 will be the one. People jump to 12. Give it a few more years of Windows 10, and we can get to bridge that gap to like the better 12, whatever the future.
Since it existed in a much more
is
innocent time for desktop operating systems, when user activity tracking was pretty much non-existent in...
I do love XP. It's so nostalgic. But I don't think they're ever going to go back to XP. XP was a design very much of the thousands. It's got that that visual style. I forget what it's called. It's got a bunch of names for it. That it's very late 90s, early thousands. Y2K aesthetic, as they call it in some circles. Yeah, so I don't think they'll ever return to it, but it's very cool. You didn't mind 8? 8 was tolerable. I didn't like the fact that some apps worked, or some programs worked like phone apps, where they like took over the whole like screen. Like a tab, like the desktop was a tab and then the program was a tab, and then some things just worked like Windows within the desktop. I didn't like that at all. Either one or the other, honestly, like either do one or the other. I prefer Windows to tabs, so.
In comparison to the standards of modern day, it's difficult to estimate the exact number of devices it ran on. However, we do know that more than 400 million copies of Windows XP were sold globally in the first 5 years of availability, while the total number of shipped licenses is estimated to have exceeded 500 million. So it's reasonable to say that it had a pretty dominant market share by the time Windows Vista was released. Now, Vista had quite a number of issues. There's actually a complete Wikipedia article
Vista,
that is
though, to
fully
be fair.
dedicated to all the major problems Vista
I had
had
Vista
at launch,
on a laptop.
but the one that is most important for
And
the
I liked
context
it.
of this video were its hardware requirements, which proved to be a bit too much for the...
Vista, while Vista had its problems, I never noticed any of those problems on my Vista. Like, people used to complain about Vista for like this, that, and the next thing. For a bunch of different reasons, but none of those reasons seem to affect my laptop with Vista on it. And it had something that people don't seem to realize, I don't remember, is that Vista had compatibility with more XP stuff than Windows 7 did. There's a bunch of XP related programs that Windows Vista still had functionality for, but when they released Windows 7, they got rid of a bunch of old functionality. Games that would run on XP that didn't run on 7 would run on Vista. Like, I think, if I'm not mistaken, I could run Command & Conquer Red Alert 2, for instance, on my Vista laptop. But I can't run Red Alert 2 on Windows 7 or Windows 10 because of a piece. Well, you can run the game, but you can't install it because of a piece of code that comes with XP and older Windows branches that they actually just got rid of for, I'm sure for some security reason, or because no one uses it anymore. They got rid of it, which meant that my disks for that game literally don't work anymore. I need a piece of software to exist in the operating system, which don't exist anymore.
Even though it technically was able to run on all but the most ancient machines, a complete and smooth user experience was reserved only for higher-end devices. As a consequence, a number of users weren't even able to run it on their computers, and many of those who were took a massive hit to their system performance. Now, this was a much bigger problem for Microsoft than it was for users, because this whole inconvenient situation had an important saving grace, and that saving grace was Windows XP. You see, support for Windows XP covered a time span that not only included the launch of Windows Vista, but 2 other major versions as well. So if a user couldn't upgrade to Vista, or if they simply didn't want to, they could just stick with XP, knowing that they would continue to receive updates that are crucial to the security of their system. And the same thing was
almost
applicable when
reached
7 and 8 launched,
Windows 10.
respectively. Now, fast forward to a more modern time, and yet again we have one version of Windows dominating the market share on the one hand, and a direct successor that is notorious for system requirements known for alienating even users with relatively higher-end machines on the other. But if we take a look at this timeline, we can see that support
Windows 8
for
was the
Windows
start
10
menu
is
covering the entire
expected
screen.
to
I
cover
actually
a
didn't mind
time span
that, personally.
Given the current state of affairs,
there's
includes
many
the release
problems with
of
Windows
just
8 I
one
had.
new major version, as opposed to the 3 that
Sally
were
was one
released
of the
during
people who
support
had
for Windows
non-stop
XP.
issues with
Now,
Vista.
the current state of affairs may change, and that's what this little question mark accounts for. According to several reports that cite insider information, the next major version of Windows, codenamed Next Valley, is scheduled for release in 2024. Whether that new version gets released under the name Windows 12 or something entirely different is less important. What's much more important is the educated assumption that said version will be powered by AI, which will require dedicated hardware acceleration that will likely not come cheap. This sort of acceleration is...
What the heck? They're supposed to learn from... They're supposed to have the same pattern. Windows 11 is supposed to be, like, hard to run. And then they're supposed to release a version immediately afterwards, like Windows 7, that's easy to run, and yet also has all the modern features. They can't break this format. You didn't mind Vista, Zach? Yeah, Vista was... I had no problems with Vista at all, really. That's why it's so fascinating that so many people had so many troubles with it, because I know so many people who had Vista who were like, I hate Vista. And I was like, I was over here with my Vista laptop like, I don't mind it. It's totally fine to me. Could have been a launch version that was bugging on Vista. Well, yeah, to be fair, funnily enough, the issues were fixed, but we switched to 7 like a couple months. Right. I was going to say, to be fair, one of the people who I knew who hated Vista had a Windows XP computer that they upgraded to Vista, and that caused like untold issues. My laptop came with Vista, and it was totally fine. I got my Vista a little later than they did, but it was totally fine. Also, did you see the Rory AI audio? I did see that. Yeah. Oh, not this morning, no. I saw the one that they posted the other day. PC apparently doesn't have specs for Windows 11. I was gonna check that, but I'm afraid I might dox myself by accident. If I go like this, will it open? Okay, it's not opening on the main screen. Good. I think it's updating security. Yeah, this PC doesn't currently meet the minimum system requirements to run Windows 11. So I literally can't upgrade this computer. Despite this computer being a fucking high-end gaming computer. A higher end. It's not really high-end anymore. Despite this computer being able to run games and stream and do all that, it's not powerful enough to run Windows 11, apparently. I used Vista when I was little, but then I got my own personal computer running 7. Yeah, my first desktop I had was running 7. You should listen to the first 50 seconds or so. It's so funny. I think Pascal posted it above, I think. But I don't know if we'll get to it in the stream. But if I don't get to it, I'll have a listen to it shortly. Think you might need to change something in the BIOS. Oh, for Windows 11 to be running? For TPM and secure boot shenanigans. Ah, maybe. Yeah.
It's currently not available in the majority of high-end hardware, let alone in older machines, so the expectation that Windows 12 will be the saving grace for stranded Windows 10 users in 2025 is not realistic. Unless Microsoft decides to make some sort of light version that would maybe utilize cloud computing in order to power the AI features. Imagine the endless telemetry possibilities. It makes me feel uncomfortable just thinking about it. But that's a topic for another video. As of this point, there are no indications suggesting that a light version of Windows 12, or whatever it may end up being called, is in the making. Unfortunately, all the signs seem to be pointing in one undesirable direction. Should Microsoft stick with its current plans, Windows 10 users who do not meet the hardware requirements for upgrading to Windows 11, or anything else for that matter, will likely be left in a sort of a limbo in which they can't move forward, but they also can't really stay put because doing so would pose a security risk that would just grow over time. And the potential number of those cases is not to be glossed over.
I was just talking about that, Joan. I was literally just talking about how, like, I swear when they advertised Windows 10, part of the advertising for Windows 10 was that it was going to be the final version of Windows, and that they were going to just basically update it forever. Well, as long as they could, you know, as long as you'd always reach a point where it's like it's so bloated from all the updates that you just need to start fresh. But there was it was supposed to be the long-lasting user OS. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, it was just Windows. Windows 10 was just gonna be Windows. It was gonna be just Windows 10 across the board. Everyone would have the same operating system. Every device that had Windows was just gonna have Windows 10, and yeah, that was it. That was gonna be it. The end. And then, like, not that long after, I hear about Windows 11, and you know, like, yeah, a handful of years later, there's like Windows 11, a version of Windows 11 starting to be talked about, and I'm like, what the hell? What the heck?
According to a survey that took into account around 30 million devices, 55% of workstations in 2021 could not be upgraded to Windows 11 due to Microsoft's strict minimum hardware requirements. Now, even if that percentage shrinks by 2025, which it certainly will,
exactly. They skipped 9 to go to 10 because it was a nice round number.
Devices that
because this was supposed to be the final version of Windows.
Counted in the tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions. That would not be a good situation. Nor for Microsoft. Unless
I get a bunch of money to upgrade my PC, I'm not going to be upgrading to 11 anytime soon. And if it sounds like there's a bunch of like functionality that's lost as well with 11. I don't know what exactly functionality wise is lost, but I hear that it's not as compatible with a bunch of stuff that Windows 10 is. So, like, do I even if I did upgrade my computer, do I want to upgrade to Windows 11?
Microsoft, nor for the users. So, how's this going to be dealt with? Well, the way I see it, there are a few things that could happen. On the developer's side, Microsoft could offer extended support for Windows 10, which would give users a couple more years to upgrade their systems. However, on a business level, that would also mean that Microsoft officially has another XP on their hands. As inconvenient as that may be for the company, I think it would be the fairest course of action, especially when we know that Microsoft would only have its own anti-consumer practices to blame for the situation. Another thing Microsoft could do is release something resembling a light version of Windows 11 that would eliminate the barriers to entry that have been keeping a plethora of perfectly capable machines from running the operating system in its current form. Similarly, they could also release a light version of Windows 12. However, I'm not quite sure about the likelihood of either of those two options.
It might be a Vista situation where, for some reason, some people have problems and others don't.
Newer operating systems when extended support for Windows 10 is clearly on the table. On the other hand, Microsoft also might not do anything.
Yeah, they did extend it for XP.
In that case, organizations and businesses will have the possibility of utilizing LTSC versions of Windows 10 in order to continue receiving updates beyond October 14th, 2025, which is an option that is both difficult to access and suboptimal for regular users. So what options are available for everyday Windows 10 users whose systems do not meet the hardware requirements for Windows 11? Well, one option to consider
I
for
doubt
those
that they
who prefer
release
to stay
source
within the
code for
Microsoft
Windows.
ecosystem in a secure way is to plan for a future investment in a Windows 11 compatible laptop or desktop PC. But if that turns out to be something that does not fit into their financial plans, or if they simply develop a dose of discontent towards Microsoft, a number of Windows 10 users might even decide that it's time to explore alternative operating systems from different brands. The most unfortunate thing in this whole situation is that a number of non-technical users, unaware of any changes in their operating system's lifecycle, will almost certainly continue using their PCs with an unsupported and vulnerable Windows 10. Now, some may label those cases as collateral damage, but considering the vast number of devices currently running Windows 10, the potential impact of this so-called collateral damage could turn out to be unacceptably significant. Let me know what you think in the comments. Do you agree that the end of support for Windows 10 in 2025 may be problematic, or am I just reading too much into it? I know you guys usually have...
Yeah, no, I'm concerned about it. Personally. As someone who still uses Windows 10, and apparently my computer is not capable of running Windows 11. Although you guys say that it might just be a BIOS thing. That I need to change something in the BIOS and then it will be compatible. Yeah. Only true Chads, you still use XP. I mean, yeah, I'd love to get some old equipment together and just have like an XP that, like have a dedicated separate computer that's just runs XP for booting up old games and stuff like that. I'd love to have, like, I've talked about it before. I wish Sony would release like a limited time run of it would be it wouldn't work. It wouldn't be worth it cost wise, but I really wish that Sony would do limited time runs of like original PlayStation 1s and original PlayStation 2s, so that you could just buy an old PS1, buy an old PS2, like brand new, and like put your old games in it and run them like they used to run. Because emulation can get really, really close to the experience of running those old games, but the original hardware runs them perfectly, you know? The security device security. Do not see a security processor section on the screen. Your PC may have a TPM that is disabled. Right. Okay, wait. I'll just go. Let's have a look. Settings. Update security. Windows security. Update security. Windows security. Device security. Device security. Oh crap. Just in case it's gonna... No, it had nothing personal written there. Security processor section. No. I'm guessing no. Just don't have it enabled in? Right. Yeah. Option for security processor details. There's no security processor details. Yeah, no, there's nothing written here that says anything about that. Yeah. It might be something that I can fix at some point. Your video's almost here? Yeah. They're on screen. Portal reloaded, co-op confirmed. The cooperative update. Is this a... No? Thought it was might have been an April Fool's thing. Oh my god, don't tell me that they're actually done this. Please don't tell me they've actually done this. How dangerous the vulnerabilities of older OSs? Like, they're not that bad, but it does mean that if someone's developed a virus or something, or, you know, exploited as something that is exploitable in that old operating system, if you connect it to the internet, you're opening yourself up for danger, many dangers. In my mind, this computer I want to build that's an XP, like an old computer with old tech XP. This would be not connected to the internet. This would be just a machine that I would only transfer data across to via my computer, my main computer. It's probably just a BIOS setting, right? Yeah. So what? 10 portals now? Yeah. So it's 3 each. But then there's past and present. So up to, oh my god, wait, okay, so you've got, I'm assuming each, now, when they fire a time portal, are there 2 time portals, or do they switch? Does it switch? If like, blue fires a time portal and then orange fires a time portal, does the old time portal disappear? If they don't, then you have, if you assume that they don't disappear, so that each one can have a time portal open separately, you have 4, 5, 6 in one side, and then potentially a further 4 on the other side that are differently placed. So yeah, you're right, 10. They've actually done it, and now you have to play it. So that's what I was thinking. Is like, oh my god, this can't be real. I'm gonna have to fucking play this shit. The original version of this is fucking confusing as it is. Okay, wait. Okay, wait. Oh, hey, shit. Dark Shiny Diamond Studios. I was like trying to remember your actual name. Hey, it's been a little while since I've seen you on this stream. Oh my god, it's real. I don't see it. I don't see like the update where they added co-op. In the like list of stuff, but I see a picture of Atlas over here and Peabody over here. It's all good. It's all good. Like cooperative updates here. No. 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 Do you remember how fucking confused I got? Paul Roy said it. I wonder what that could be. It. Okay, so I have a ton of, as you'll see, I have a ton of Portal mods, and some of them are like something you'll have never seen before. I don't remember what they're all called, so there's so many I have now. But especially around Portal, you'll see I have things like the Portal Rorius edit. I think this was actually, someone made this for me. This isn't mine. This is someone made this. This was supposed to be like editing Portal for me with a bunch of like texture changes. I think my face has been put on a bunch of things as well. But there's also, at first I thought it was actually, where is it? Or have they disappeared? Did they get deleted? They might have been deleted or have just been lost because Steam isn't the best at maintaining mods in folders. Hello, Prospect. Portal multiplayer, that's right. Oh, there it is. This is one of my actual a test bed for a Portal related mod that I was working on. This does not function at all anymore. There was more. There was more that I remember download. I remember having in this folder that were stuff that I was working on, but they've been lost to time. Anyway, yeah. So Portal Reloaded cooperative mode. Shit. Survey says you must play it. No. It might be Turtle Maker. It might have been Turtle Maker, yeah. I do have a lot of source mods, yeah. Most of them are Map Labs stuff. I should actually make a separate folder for Map Labs on my Steam thing because the amount of mods I have to sift, the amount of Map Labs entries I have to sift through to get to the other mod stuff makes it very confusing. You found Turtle's original links, but the Dropbox file's deleted? Right, yeah. Here's the stream idea. You should maybe try Terraria, might be old. Oh, I've played Terraria lots of times on the channel. It's Diamond Studios. I've played lots of Terraria on the channel before. I've streamed lots of Terraria on the channel in the past. I think the problem with Terraria I always have is we usually played, there was a couple times we played with mods, and they were wild, and they were fun. We got right through to Moonlord, I think. Did we beat Moonlord? I feel like we beat Moonlord on one of the modded ones. But then, when we don't play modded, I usually prefer to just, like, build a little house somewhere, and the craziness of the multiplayer is overwhelming to me. That Portal Rorius copy is the last in existence. Oh, I need to back it up. I mean, yeah. 1 second. Big drive. Oh wait, let's go Steam apps. Source mods. Where is it? It's not called Portal Rorius, it would seem. Maybe Rorius? Nope. Do I have a... I don't know which game it is. Wait. Okay. Let's go down to Portal. Rorius edit. Rorius edit. Does this work? Browse local files? It does. Wait, no, that just opens Portal's local files. God damn it. Properties. Just in case it doxes myself. Yeah, it would seem that the local file system does not work for mods. It just opened Portal. Huh. I will have to find out which one it is and back it up. Unfortunately, I'd have to go into the game info for each individual one to find which one it is. Anyway, your phone number under the Portal Rorius settings. Yeah. That's just it. It's like I never know. I'm just being overly cautious. Anyway, Mr. Burns forgetting Homer's name for 3.5 minutes.
Who was that young Hellcat, Smithers?
Homer Simpson, sir.
Simpson, eh? I'll remember that name. Who is that bookworm, Smithers?
Homer Simpson, sir.
Simpson, eh? How very strange. His job description clearly specifies an illiterate.
Yes. Nathan, yes, 100%. Every time I put a new source mod into my mods, specifically Half-Life Rats, or whatever it's called. There's a Half-Life mod. Or Half-Life Zombie Edition as well, I think. Yeah, Half-Rats, Parasomnia. One of these ones, or some similar mod, always gets kicked out and gets put into uncategorized. At the moment, there's nothing in my... There's no mods in my uncategorized. But every time I put new mods in, something always gets kicked out of my mods folder.
Hey, that's a mighty fine chipping, Homer.
Yeah, can you bank it into the handicap stall?
See?
You have to restore them every time. Yeah, exactly.
Who is that lavatory linksman, Smithers?
Homer Simpson, sir, one of the fork and spoon operators from Sector 7G.
Well, he's certainly got a loose waggle. Perhaps I've finally found a golfer worthy of a match with Monty Burns, eh?
Oh, his waggle is no match for yours, sir. I've never seen you lose a game, except for that one in 74 when you let Richard Nixon win. That was very kind of you, sir.
Oh, he just looked so forlorn, Smithers, with his, "Oh, I can't go to prison, Monty. They'll eat me alive." Say, I wonder if this Homer Nixon is any relation.
Unlikely, sir. They spell and pronounce their name differently.
Bah! Schedule a game and I'll ask him myself. I'm pleased to dedicate this remote work terminal. It will allow our safety inspector here to perform his duties from home. And so, excelsior to you, Mr. What's the name of this gastropod?
Simpson, sir, one of your chair moisteners from Sector 7G.
Yes, Simpson! I'm sure your replacement will be able to handle everything. Who is he, anyway?
Homer Simpson, sir, one of your organ banks from Sector 7G. All the recent events of your life have revolved around him in some way.
Simpson, eh?
Warning, problem in Sector 7G.
7G? Good God, who's the safety inspector there?
Homer Simpson, sir.
Simpson, eh? Good man, intelligent?
Actually, sir, he was hired under Project Bootstrap.
Thank you, President Ford.
You know what I think of this contract? This!
Yeah, I remember this episode, yeah.
Who is that firebrand, Smithers?
That's Homer Simpson, sir.
Simpson, eh? New man?
Actually, sir, he thwarted your campaign for governor. You ran over his son. He saved the plant from meltdown. His wife painted you in the nude.
Doesn't ring a bell.
Good Lord, he'll be sucked into the turbine.
Smithers, who was that corpse?
Homer Simpson, sir. One of the finest, bravest men ever to grace Sector 7G.
Smithers, who is that ignoramus? Smithers, who is that lollygagger? Who is that blubberpot?
Yeah, that whole gag really culminates in the Who Shot Mr. Burns episode.
What?
Just a minute.
I used to watch The Simpsons all the time. I used to love watching The Simpsons.
Who the devil are you?
It literally breaks his mind.
What? What are you talking about? Don't really make sense, man. I can't understand a word you're saying.
Yeah.
That's babbling
That mustard man.
Oh, you're dead. You're dead, Burns.
Fucking Homer. Some of the shit he says is so funny. Some of his lines are so excellent. I saw a recent clip. Marge's voice actor sounds so old now. Oh shit. Let her rest. Yeah, let her rest her voice. That voice that she does. I bet she regrets choosing that voice for that character because that like raspiness of Homer, that raspiness you have to put on to do that voice. Doing that for fucking 30 years straight. Jesus Christ. He's so hard on the vocals. That's the thing, is what I've heard is that a lot of voice actors and stuff like they say, well, the voice actors I've heard of say that like if you're going to be doing a character for, well, this, okay. Firstly, if you're going to be doing a character for a long period of time, don't choose a voice that's difficult to do because you're going to blow out your voice box. Secondly, I've heard from a vocal therapist person that it's like, if it is difficult for you to just vocalize normally, then you have a problem and you need to seek a vocal therapist. If you find that your voice is starting to get raw after just a short amount of talking, then it would be wise to seek a vocal therapist to try and alter the way you speak so your voice can last longer, because speaking should be easy and fluid. But if you find that you blow out your voice really quick, then you might have a problem with the way you speak. She sounds close to her sister's voices now, right? Yeah. Yeah. Not a good voice to do for a long period of time. It's to the point that it's too distracting to listen to. That is really sad. Maybe they need to end the show. Maybe they need to stop let the show die. The show is it's 30 years, isn't it? It's in 2019 it was 30 years old, I think. Simpsons seasons. So it started in 89, yeah. 89, 99, 2009, 2019, 30 years. Yeah, they're on season 34. Or they just recently finished season 34. Oh, it's like SpongeBob. No matter how much they kick it to the in the ground, they keep helping it back up. Yeah, it's not healthy. Please don't tell me. Let me guess. It's been renewed for. It's been renewed for the seasons 35 and 36. Yep. Okay.
Okay, Maggie, it's locked down and we're out of ranch dressing. But if you try one of these, the dip fairy will come and leave a quarter under your pillow. Okay,
Oh god, yeah, you can hear that.
Maggie, it's locked down and we're out of ranch dressing.
It's so much deeper now than it used to be. Holy shit. That's jarring. Oh, that poor woman. Having to do that voice for 30 years. Yeah, she's not a young woman anymore. Oh dear. Yeah, Jesus. Anyway, amazing midday. Yeah, it's bad, but it's not because she's necessarily doing a bad performance. It's that it's just that the voice has changed so much because she's changed so much. But it's for some reason that particular scene hit really hard because of the fact that Maggie is still a baby. It's been 30 years. Maggie has been an infant for 30 years. Anyway.
Oh, I'm gonna eat you.
Gonna eat you. Sorry, the volume is quite loud. Let me know if it's too loud.
Bloody! Howly doody! Heads up! Gotcha! You quacking hooligan! You are a mute little bugger, ain't you? What the piss?
What the?
Crikey!
Oh no.
Oh, hello, sniper! Today is amazing midday! Ha! Hello! Dynamite!
Anyways, she goes on and on about Germa's fat ass this and Germa's fat ass that.
Time for espresso. I require the pyro. Espresso and croissant, please. Disappointment. What?
Oh.
Shut up. Ooh. Life O'Reilly. I love beer, barbecue, and real Texas steak. What?
Aww.
Engineer, let's dance like maggots. What? So we can get some ladies tonight? Nah. Oh, coward. If I have to dance by myself, I will. Dummy. Ah. Not bad at all. Oh. All right.
I like the little crab that keeps appearing in the background. Oh, that time it was the spy crab.
Ain't that cute?
Recreation.
Simple engineering.
Oh, hello, Pauline.
Hey, thanks. Thanks, mate. Job well done. Ridiculous. Engineer. The dispenser goes here. Nope. Archimedes. Schnell. Schweinhund. My skill is wasted on this team. But? Yeah.
Doctor, I think Demo Man is dead. Again.
There's not much I can do. I lost my medical license.
I have good stuff.
Yeah. I am fully charged.
I will capture this point, and you will help me defend it. Right now, we dance like maggots. Welcome. This is USA.
You're trying to sleep here,
It's
soldier.
Oracle. I'll help you.
You say that to my face, Cupcake. Oh crap!
What is your major malfunction, brother?
Oh. What to do now? I will call Spy. Hello, Spy. What should I do today?
You should ask Miss Polling out.
Thanks. What's up, Doc?
Yeah, there's lots of stuff that happens in the background.
What the
There's lots of little things that happen in the background of these animations. It's amazing. So much detail put into every like little moment. Yeah, there was that spy that was like creeping up on the medic, and then the next shot, he's dead. When he says, "I lost my medical license," he literally stabbed him. Oh my god, that reminds me of something. I'll have to mention it at the end of this animation. Okay. To be continued. Oopsies, that's not what I meant. Yeah. Something I have been debating. For those of you on the stream who are interested, or who have an interest in suggesting what I play, I've been meaning to play this for a little while. I don't know if anyone knows what this is. But, I'd be curious if people would be interested, who know what this is. Would they be interested in seeing me stream it? Show us Talents moves. It's not Garlic Phone, no. So, has anyone... Oh, do you guys know about the Day Shift at Freddy's games? There's 3 Day Shift at Freddy's games that were released a bunch of years back, and I played all 3 of them on the channel. I think I played all 3. I definitely played 1 and 2. Well, oh no, yes. Dial Town is a dating simulator in which you date phones. You date phone people. So, I'll go to the story page. It's made by the same developer as... It's made by Direct Doggo, the same developer who made the Day Shift of Freddy's games. It's a dating sim, but the people you date have phones for heads. And I'm assuming it has the same humor as the Day Shift of Freddy's games. He's even a guy. There are characters that look like Phone Guy from the Day Shift of Freddy's games. It's real. It's a real game. It's a real dating sim. As if literally. It'd be interesting? Okay. Because I thought it might be hilarious. I thought this game might be hilarious. But I wasn't 100%. And I've been just like umming and ahhing about when to play it. Oh, shit. That reminds me. Oh, I almost forgot. We have other obligations on these streams. Shit. Real quick. What are these? Yeah. New symbols on some of the YouTube pages. I only remember you playing the Santa one. Yes, we played the Santa one. So I thought it wouldn't be outside the realm of possibility that, you know, I play something like that. You can request a game, but I can't promise that it will play it. Because lots of people request games all the time. I cannot always play them, especially if I don't own them, because I don't have a lot of money to buy stuff. But yeah, go ahead, feel free. Yes, I've been meaning to also return to The Walking Dead Season 2. Street Fighter 6. I've never played any of the Street Fighters, so it's probably unlikely. But I've played Tekken. I played Tekken 7 for a little bit on the channel. I was always a Tekken kid because I had PlayStation. I think, was Street Fighter on PlayStation? I don't remember. Street Fighter in my mind is more of a Sega / Nintendo thing. Okay, so the thing I almost forgot. Thank you to all my Royal Maximilian members. Thank you to Jonas with 35 months of Royal Maximilian. Thank you to Core Gamer for 32 months of Royal Maximilian. Thank you to Joan for 30 months of Royal Maximilian. Thank you to King of Fools for 26 months of Royal Maximilian. Thank you to Orangey for 18 months of Royal Maximilian. Thank you to Tiana for 36 months of Royal Maximilian. And thank you to... I scrolled and I lost my place. Rocky. Thank you, Rocky, for 20 months of Royal Maximilian. And thank you to Kibley. I think they got gifted a month of Royal Maximilian. And thank you to all my members, but thank you especially right now, because it's a shout out. Thank you to all the Royal Maximilians. I appreciate you supporting the channel because I'm very broke at the moment. So I think the YouTube membership money I think is going to be coming sometime this month, which is nice. I will finally have a little bit of money in my bank account to work with for like buying games and stuff like that, or just supporting myself. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you got 30 months already. Yeah. It's wild. It's wild how long it's been since I started doing the membership stuff. Yeah. All right. Well, we've got video games. Oh, video games. Oh my god. The big rigs people made more games?
We have talked about Big Rigs and Midnight Race Club Supercharged, which are some of the worst games ever created, but the company that made these games, Stellarstone LLC, actually has 4 more games that we need to talk about to clean my hands of the Stellarstone garbage. I'm sure every single one of these games will be terrible. I've not played a single one of these games yet, or even heard of them, honestly, so I'm more than ready to delve into the sad, pathetic world of the gaming. So first, we are going to talk about one I've mentioned before called Taxi Racer. This one is probably the game that is a little bit more well-known than any of the other ones.
Big Rigs is ridiculous.
Maybe Midnight Race Club, but still, this game,
it's really bad.
Play it for
like
some
shockingly
reason, it just
bad.
doesn't want to work, and I'm not really sure why. One, I'm not really sure how I'm supposed to pick my car when it's just spinning around like this. This isn't sped up or anything. This is just what happens when I launch the game, and then when I actually like get into the game, I don't really get what's going on here. So unfortunately, I have to use someone else's gameplay for this because I can't get the game to work, unfortunately. And the same thing happened with Big Rigs too. Most of these games just don't want to work for some reason, and I don't really get why. I guess the modern gaming PCs just don't work with Stellarstone games, apparently. I really don't understand it. But when you kick things off, this game really reminds me of Crazy Taxi, which I'm assuming is what they were trying to rip off with this game. As you can see, I never have anything positive to say about these guys, and oh, you know, maybe they're trying to make a fun little taxi game or something. Like, based on their track record and Sergei Titov himself, there's never anything positive that you can say about these guys. So when we look at the game, it's basically just Crazy Taxi, like I said. You drive around, you go pick people up while trying not to glitch into the ground and lose. Like, I don't really get what's going on in this spot either, but okay.
Whoa.
So you just have to try your best to keep trying to deliver people to their destination. Keep following the arrow on the top of the screen with no obstacles, no cars, no nothing, zero challenge whatsoever. How riveting. I'm not really sure what it is with these games, but this is the third game we've looked at that just has 2 sound effects and no music at all. I'm not sure if this game had any program music like Big Rigs actually did, but they just forgot to put it into the game. But it's so strange that it's just so oddly silent while you're playing it. All you hear is you ramming into lampposts and you hitting something, or sometimes an engine sound when you glitch around inside the walls. But to be honest, I don't really understand what you're supposed to be doing in this game. I mean, yeah, in Crazy Taxi, it's the same premise. Like, you're trying to get as many points as you possibly can, get a good high score. It's really fast-paced and action-heavy with a lot of obstacles. And it becomes like an exhilarating experience. This game is basically the same thing as that, but when you remove the taste, the creativity, the charisma, basically everything opposite from Crazy Taxi, it just seems that it would get boring in about 5 minutes because of the fact that some people say Crazy Taxi is a boring game, and if they say Crazy Taxi is boring, I really want to see what they would say about this piece of shit here, because this game sucks. Like, it's not fun at all. There's no substance to it.
I do know this.
Completely fuck.
I was like, what's this? Give me a drink, bartender.
Give me a drink, bartender.
Bruh. Bruh. The town with no name, eh?
Fucking boring. So we're going on to the next game. Game number 2.
I've seen that clip.
Pinball.
I don't think I know anything about the game.
It's actually a pinball game. They make all these car games and create a pinball game. It's called Total Pinball 25. I don't know where that name came from, but whatever, I guess. Funnily enough, I cannot get this game to work either because there's actually no downloads for this. A lot of these games I found online, you have to burn them onto a disc, and I don't have any empty discs, and I don't even think I have a disk drive on my PC, honestly. I'm not even sure. So I can't play this game either. And I was looking around, I was like, you know, maybe someone has gameplay of it, but there's only one. There is one YouTube video. There's only one with any gameplay of this game. Nothing else. So thank you from Unknown2 for uploading this to your channel and being the only person that actually decided to ruin your night playing this game. Because this pinball, there's nothing really a lot to say about it, but of course, like, we're talking about Stellarstone games here, so I asked this one question. I don't understand how you fuck up pinball this bad. Like, honestly, like, looking at the ball getting stuck, it just makes obnoxious ass noise and the camera starts going up and down, glitching all over the place. At least for Unknown2, he's probably having the world record since his points keep going up infinitely, so congratulations to him.
His points do keep going up infinitely, yeah.
There are 25 different tables for you to pick from, which actually sounds nice, especially compared to the modern games like FX Pinball, where you have to spend money on every single fucking table in the game. But there's something interesting here about, like, I don't know, basically every single thumbnail to all the tables look ridiculously exactly the same.
Fast.
Look at the second row. Every single picture is exactly the same thing. So what the fuck is this? The graphics of the game look kind of atrocious. Even
slightly
the pinball
different.
game I used to play in elementary school looks much better than this. I think it was called Space Cadet Pinball, which was actually a really good pinball game, honestly. It's much better than
Space Cadet Pinball was great.
There's not really much to say here. I mean, it's pinball. Like, yeah, I mean, yeah, it seems like there's a little bit of a table creator or something, like, sure, but it just sucks like the rest of these games do. But when you can't succeed at racing,
you can't even play that game. That game isn't even a game.
Pinball game. Where do you go next from there? where's the next step? Strategy war games. Yes, a very unexpected move, of course, and who would have thought otherwise? Who'd throw us a curveball than Stellarstone Entertainment? This brings us into game number 3, which we will be talking about for the shortest amount of time, because, interestingly enough, shocking I'm sure, I can't even find the game, like, at all. Like, I'm not even kidding. I can't even find a YouTube video or a download link or anything for this game. But it's called Gettysburg Civil War Battles, and it was released in 2002, so it actually predicates Big Rigs by a year. And the only thing we have to go off of is screenshots I found of the game, which sadly does not bode well for this game because it's probably so broken to the point where it doesn't even work, and it's not even on the fucking internet in the first place. The only reason, like, we know this game's a thing because we see the title screen and a couple of thumbnails. I'm not really the biggest strategic game player, don't really enjoy them too much, but I'm sure this game probably is not good. I mean, the graphics are piss poor from the screenshots, which seems to be a staple in these games, obviously, that the whole no music thing and one sound effect, I'm sure that's the case here as well. Like, honestly, I don't even know what to say here. It just looks like someone sneezed on the screen and called it a day. I can't really judge the game. I can't watch it. I can't look at it. I can't play it. Apparently nobody can play it. There's not even a single video on YouTube.
I need to get a DOS.
Like, at least the pinball game, there was one person that made a video. Nobody made one about this, so hopefully we can keep it together. The last bit of sanity we have for the final game we have to look into, and it's going to be interesting because guess what? It's another strategy game. So with game number 4, one is a mouthful. The title of this game is called Ultimate Civil War Battles, Robert E. Lee versus Ulysses S. Grant. Long title for a game. So I'm guessing this is the game that we're going to be talking about with the strategic stuff, since we can actually see gameplay of it. You know, it's very exciting, right? Of course, it's a Stellarstone game. Why would it not be? Hopefully this game actually works, which it does. You know, like I said, great, because this game was actually released in fucking stores. This is the final product that Stellarstone ever released, and it seems like they were trying to make their stamp and the HIV stamp into the gaming stores one last time, putting down their shit into the gaming history, even though no one knows what this game even is. I actually found this game on sale on Amazon for about $70, and this is the description for it. Explore massive, realistic gameplay maps as you control a Civil War era military weapons. Plan out raids, assign troop movements, prepare for bloody battle and multiple campaigns. Use authentic weaponry like sabers, muskets, pistols, and cannons. All the in-game action is based on actual events and battle plans. It's like a real treat. Sure it does, just like all the lying bullshit on the back of the Big Rigs box. Well, at least we actually have some reviews, so there's other people we can see commenting on this on Amazon. They gave it about a 1.5 out of 5 stars, which is not a good sign, but let's see what they say. And both of them are just complaining about how the game doesn't even work, and they can't get the game to work at all or load, so how shocking. You know, I've been having these problems with these games, just refusing to work when I try to load them, or in case of some of them, I can't even find the download for it. The games went from wanting me to burn it on a disc, and I can't even go through all this trouble for a shitty ass game like this. I just can't even be bothered to do it. But you really, like, you can't be fucking serious here. Like, this cannot be the case again. They did a Midnight Race Club with this game. It is the same fucking game as the other one. The title screens are exactly the same, except the title and filter are a little bit different. I had to look at some footage from Ancient Gamer 1, so thank you for that, which is a few short minutes showcasing the game, and the screenshots from Gettysburg and the gameplay of this look identical to each other, like exactly the same. But again, I cannot find a single video of this game anywhere aside from this one person. So apparently these games are so bad, no one even wants to upload them. Or in case of me, like, looking into them, they don't even want to, it doesn't work. They can't play it. They can't do anything with it. Like, you can buy this game on a disc, but it doesn't work.
No matter what I
according to the
say,
reviews
it will
people
sound
have. I'm not going to spend
incriminating.
$70, which is modern day AAA title budget, or that's what you have to spend just to fucking play one of these games, and it doesn't even work. And I can't even get it to work digitally. Forget about buying it on a disc, right? The game looks like some Command and Conquer ass game where all the characters are on the ground or looking like Lego figures, blue blobs. The game has zero detail and almost everything is smoothed out, so it looks unnatural and bizarre to look at. And it appears from the small amount of gameplay we can actually see, the theme of one sound effect and no music was the staying around all the way until the end. All the way. They brought that right home. Sadly, there's not much to comment on here since there isn't enough. I can't even play the game, which sadly I couldn't do with really any of these. This game was released in 2004, as well as the last game that Stellarstone ever put out before going out of business and shutting their stuff down in 2006. Thank God and good riddance for that, so no one can have to deal with any of their shitty ass games and no one has to see them in the public anymore. Which brings us to the end of the entirety of Stellarstone. They released 2 of these games in a box, which is really sad for the people that actually had to deal with this shit, getting them as gifts,
Yeah.
buying them, and not knowing what a terrible pile of dog shit
That's
game
the
they're
thing.
getting
It's
into.
like some people would have
I know we couldn't actually get much
had
out
these
of 2 of the
bought for a
games, but
Christmas
it's safe to
present
say
or
they
something.
probably just suck shit through a straw. I mean, let's be fucking real here. It's made by the same people that made Big Rigs. Like, do you really expect any quality or any substance whatsoever?
This
I mean, if you're
game
making
looks
a
like the
pinball
most
game and you turn
functional,
it
though,
into a
of all the
giant
games
glitchy
they've
mess,
made.
I mean, what can you really expect from someone while they're developing a game? Big Rigs is the only one of these games that will be remembered forever because of how hilariously bad it is.
Yeah.
There's a reason why no one cares about these other games, or even what I call a sequel to Big Rigs, because it wasn't as funny. It didn't have that comedic element of like infinitely just speeding up, going in reverse, or doing some like dumb shit, like the crazy shocking moment. Like some of these games are kind of functional, and I do emphasize the kinda part because I don't want to say they actually are functional because clearly they're broken to a lot of like
Yeah, they
to most
wanna
of the
be
game's
eaten.
extent. There's some like game breaking glitches and problems with these games. The entertainment value from Big Rigs of just being released in a box, sold in stores, looking back at it like this game is a fucking joke. And the fact that this company actually made more games on top of just creating Big Rigs and actually having it released in public, like you could buy this in a store, is just
Yeah.
ludicrous to me. I cannot believe that this company is actually a real thing. Like you'd think it's some sort of weird indie company that made some stupid games and we're like, oh, let's do something dumb. Let's release some silly games out there. Like the game is fucking shit. Every one of these games is shit. All of them. Every
What I
one
can't
of these
get past
games,
is
just,
the-
there's no substance
Oh,
to it.
he's
It's
not
all the
showing
same
it,
thing,
the
like
funniest
super
part.
lazy, no time put into it, no effort put into it or anything. Like even the sequel to Big Rigs, which honestly is worse than Big Rigs because it doesn't have that comedic element to it. The game just sucks dick. It's terrible.
Oh,
Like,
so
it's
that's the
not good at
sequel, is
all.
it?
And the rest of these games have no material. Maybe Taxi Racer is like kind of functional, I guess, if you want to say, but nothing's going to beat out You Are a Winner or going infinite reverse in speeds. Like, I'm never going to bother looking at these games again, and I really don't think anyone ever should. They all suck. Unless I need some gameplay for one of these. Like, if I actually got to play one of them for once, like if I got Gettysburg or I got the Civil
There
War,
we
other
go.
Civil War game, I already forget its name, I would actually play them again. I would actually see what it's like, give it a try. I'd
Oh,
probably
he just clipped it through at the last minute. The funniest thing about Big Rigs was the fact that there's a course that I think this is the one here, and he showed the very edge of it, where there's a bridge you have to cross like a river, and you expect, you're totally expect. It's like fucking comedy. You're expecting the rig to go over the bridge, but there's no collision on the bridge. So you go, and for some reason the car sticks to the ground no matter what the angle is. So you're traveling towards the bridge, and then you suddenly go like thump, down to the bottom, and then woof at the other side of the bridge. And you can see a few frames of it at the start of this clip. Yeah, there it is. Of you like emerging from the other side of the river.
give it a try. I play it and probably
yeah.
get bored after 5 minutes. But seriously,
funny.
like, fuck all of these games and fuck Stellarstone for creating these games and tainting
And then
people's
yeah,
lives
there's
and
no
days with actually
maximum
buying them
speed
and having
limit
them
when you
exist. Like,
reverse.
these games should not exist, especially the ones that cost money.
So you
no
just
one's gonna spend
can keep
$70 on
accelerating?
Gettysburg. No one's gonna fucking spend $700 to $1,000 on Big Rigs over the road racing unless they're just a serious game collector or they're mentally insane.
Ugh. Yeah. Now this video is made by a small YouTuber. Made by a YouTuber of a similar size to me. I'll give him a cheeky like. Yeah. Anyway, why nothing is exciting anymore when you grow up, right? This will be interesting, because I know I went through this at one point. I went through, I reached a phase at one point towards the end of high school where I just wasn't excited about games. Like, I had a few really exciting games, and there was a few games that I got really hyped about. And, like, one of the ones that I, got really hyped about, either was disappointing or I completely lost interest in it. And after that point, I had it in my head that I was like, oh, if I hype a game up a ton, I will be disappointed. There's only one way to go, and that's down. So I had this policy of like trying not to hype games up. I started a policy in my head of like not trying to hype games up, and I still kind of stick to that a little bit. I like to not spoil anything, not watch trailers and stuff like that. I used to watch all the trailers, but then yeah, there was a period shortly after that where I just stopped playing games, or I just didn't play very many games. And actually, yeah, when I was at university and when I started working, I found that I just wasn't really playing games. I was watching TV and then working. And part of the reason I remember that part of the reason I started doing YouTube was because I wanted to get back into games. I'd fallen so behind. And now I play games like all the time. Play it for the channel, play it in my spare time. I'm making games. Yeah. Yeah, so if you're here and you don't want your eyes poked out by Joan or by some mysterious thing that Joan just happens to be bringing up, like the video. Like, comment, and survive, as I've heard someone Game Grumps say. Truck driver you're playing as is a ghost truck. Yeah. Survival of the fittest. It's like the video or we'll kill you. Like, comment, and survive. Same, Joan. Same here. I couldn't outrun the people. I would die. I would die immediately. I am unfit. Also, Rorius, the person who reviewed Big Rigs, is also a Twisted Metal enthusiast. Ah, cool. Neat. Yeah.
So I used to do YouTube full-time, and now I do Uber on the side. So I drive people through Uber as a YouTube taxi. So, one of the times that I did that, I picked someone up just happening to be at Disneyland. And Disneyland is a place where there's a ton of people. And it's, of course, marketed as the happiest place on Earth, for rightful reasons. Because I'm sure you and me have probably been to Disneyland at a certain point in both of our lives.
Nope.
But now, when
I've been to Universal Studios twice, but I've never been to Disneyland or Disney World.
Drove up to Disneyland to pick up these people, something instantly just didn't seem right off the bat.
I will say, I love Universal Studios. I love a theme park. I love a themed space. I'm sure I would love the Star Wars themed zone of Disneyland. Sorry, I just realized my phone was dead. It's fully charged, but it was just off. I loved Japan's Universal Studios. They had like an area that was designed to look like Brooklyn or look like New York broadly. They had an area that was designed to look like Hollywood. I don't know what word I was halfway through saying. I think I was going to say Halloween, but Hollywood. And then they had the Harry Potter area of Japan Universal Studios. Super cool. The Hogsmeade in Osaka's Universal Studios is super cool. It was like going into the buildings. They're all Harry Potter themed and having like I bought a packet of Birdie Bots, every flavor of beans, and I bought a chocolate frog, and I bought there was some other food product thing. I can't remember what it was now. But then I bought a wand from Ollivander's wand store, and there's just all the cool stores and themed things. It's just so cool. And it was like cold at the time, so like the snow on the roof, the fake snow on the roofs of Hogsmeade actually felt like snow because it was actually cold. And whereas when I went to Universal Studios in LA as well, and it was very hot. So going into Hogsmeade and having fake snow everywhere, it it was like jarring. We didn't go to the Harry Potter area of Universal Studios Japan until it was already quite late. So it was sort of getting a bit dark. It was just perfect. So cool. I went to Disneyland last year on a school field trip. My high school's music program arranged a trip to Disneyland during the spring. Right, yeah. We have our own theme park here in Auckland. It's the only theme park in New Zealand, I think. But it's nothing compared to Disneyland or Universal Studios.
They just didn't seem all that happy.
Hallowwood, yeah.
I didn't really know why. I asked them, how was your time at Disneyland? And they basically just said...
It's modeled. It's not like powder snow. It's like a layer of snow. It's just plastic. It's just what looks like a layer of snow on the roof of the Hogsmeade and stuff like that. And around the edges and stuff like that, they have just like molded plastic or what the hell's it called? Just it's fake. It's all just like molded or modeled to look like snow.
You know, okay, great, whatever. Maybe it was just them being tired, but to me, it just seemed like disappointment. Like, it just wasn't
No,
that fun.
the one I bought is not one of the functional ones.
Exciting. So, it begged the question, to me, why does everything
it doesn't cast actual magic.
not feel exciting anymore? And I think this goes further than just a personal
you can
opinion.
get ones that
Why does
like
it
act like a
seem
TV remote.
When you grow
Mine
up,
isn't like that.
things stop being exciting. When you are not an adult, before you grow up, you always have a high expectation of things, of everything around you, and rightfully so, because the world is a brand new place. And, of course, there's nothing but discoveries around every...
I would say that's the opposite. What he said there. He said, like, when you're a kid, you have high expectations about everything. It's not that you have high expectations, I don't think. It's that, if anything, you have low expectations. Because you don't know what to expect. Because everything is new. So every time you discover something, it's brand new, and you didn't have any expectations of it. You didn't know what was possible. And then the world showed you what was possible with some form. And you're blown away by it because you're a kid and you've literally never seen it before or experienced it before. Once you're an adult, you've seen enough to know what the world is like. And most of the like hype around things is overblown. Like there's that famously lots of Japanese tourists have what they call Paris syndrome, where in Japan, for whatever reason, Paris is depicted as this like perfect idyllic city. There's like a city of love. There's love around every corner and everything. You go to Paris, it's a city like any other city. It's a beautiful city, but like so are so many other cities. Paris is nothing super special. It's just got a lot of famous monuments in it. And it's a very old city, and it's architecturally beautiful. But other than that, it's like any other city. You have dirty streets, people pissing in the metro, people shooting meth, like shooting up, doing meth, and other drugs in the metro entrances. We literally passed a few of them on our way around the French metro. And apparently, like lots of Japanese tourists literally have like what is essentially like a breakdown, or either a mental breakdown or like a panic attack, to do with being so disappointed in Paris. They literally have hotlines for Japanese tourists, specifically Japanese tourists, who are so shocked by Paris, and it's the culture shock of Paris. That they have these like specialty hotlines and specialty services specifically for Japanese people. There is also English speaking versions of this as well, but well, Canada doesn't get overhyped the same way that Paris does. Paris has a very unique brand that it gets easily overhyped in a lot of people. The city of love, they call it. But then you go there and it smells like piss, and you get some rude French person bumps into, well, maybe you're the rude tourist. You bump into someone and then they spit French like expletives at you, and you go to the bridge and it's like the metal on the bridge is like rusty and dirty, and it's just not what people depict in media. Anyway,
single corner, and every single aspect of the world is something new to discover. Even at something as simple as video games. We could look at games that provided a sandbox or a creative outlet or anything just to even have fun with. I just wanted to basically discover more things and play them with my friends and go out and experience more. But then it came to a point where it just wasn't entertaining anymore. Something about it didn't feel the same. And there seems to be a reason behind that. The feeling you get nowadays when you open up a game, it's no longer a feeling of instant joy or creativity or passion or excitement, but it's just a feeling of emptiness, boringness. What's the pointness? Maybe it has something to do with you on a personal level?
I didn't have that problem when I was in France, when I was in Paris specifically, because firstly, my parents always talked about how France, like, mum might have had it like a very small amount because she would always tell me how filthy Paris was, and how it stank, because they went in the summer, and in the summer France doesn't have the best like drainage sewage systems. Like, it's more like street runoff rather than sewage. Hey Thorn, you're just a little late. It's right at the end of the stream, but we are ranting, so I might go a little over the edge here. No, what I've always been told, my parents were like, France is dirty. And actually, while I was at university as well, and I was studying Japanese, there's a guy who was from the UK who was studying Japanese at the same time as me, and he said that his one time he went to France, he grew up in England, and so he at some point took the train, the metro underground train that connects the UK to France. He took that train, and once he arrived in Paris, the moment he stepped off the train, firstly, he was just like hit with a waft of like piss smell. The Eurotunnel? Yeah. It was hit with a waft of piss smell. And then immediately bumped into someone who he apologized to in French, and then they immediately told him off for his poor pronunciation of I'm sorry. They immediately like insulted his pronunciation of sorry. Well, merci. Wait, no, not merci. What's sorry in French again? I can't even remember. It's been so long. Messi's thank you. It might also be sorry. Wait. What's sorry in French? I studied French. Désolé.
Désolé.
Désolé. They immediately insulted his pronunciation of sorry. So that was his first first impression of Paris specifically. And then yeah, my parents always talked about how dirty it was, and they instead hyped up. They were like, my mum was always like Venice, or not Venice, Florence. Mum was like, Florence was the most beautiful city that she's ever been to, the most amazing city. So in my mind, I've always thought of Florence as being kind of like the beautiful city. But even then, because of the fact that people love Paris, but I know that it's not what it's hyped up to be, my expectations of foreign cities aren't as high as maybe some would have. The person was pissed. The problem is that in the summer, if you have a metro, if you have not great, if you have older systems for taking your stormwater or sewage away, during the summer, the heat intensifies the smells coming out of the drain pipes and coming out of the metro, and you just get this like hot piss smell coming from everything. So yeah. Anyway, fun fact: did you know the Eurostars go at 190 miles an hour? I did not know that. However, I have been to Japan on the. I don't know what it is in miles per hour. Or even, do I even know what it is in kilometers per hour? I've been on the bullet trains in Japan. Those are crazy fast. Isn't it 300? Wait. Bullet train, Japan speed. 320 kilometers per hour. Yeah. Shinkansen bullet trains are the fastest and most convenient way of discovering Japan. Yeah, those are fucking crazy. It's when you're on the train, it's not that bad. Like, it doesn't seem that fast. But if you're standing on a platform and a bullet train goes past the platform, it doesn't stop for the platform, just goes straight past. It's wild. I took a video of one, and like from the point that I hit the record button, it was like in the distance. It was like far enough away that it was nowhere near the train station. I hit record, but my phone at the time was so slow that by the time my phone started recording, it had already reached the terminal. And so the video starts with the train already at the terminal, just going like, and it's gone. It's gone. Before you can fucking like react, it's past you. And the wake of it is so strong. It sounds hot. Hot piss.
Maybe it's just your problem, but what's the answer?
Oh,
I don't know.
Something I wanted to say about this video. Sorry for all the ranting in the stream. Something I will say about this video is that I think people who grew up with the likes of Minecraft as one of their main games when they were growing up, or like a lot of people who grew up later than me, a lot of younger people, but also people who like played like Minecraft, but they mostly played it multiplayer, or just broadly speaking, mostly played multiplayer games when they were a kid. Those are the people who really struggle with this when it comes to games. Like, you go back and play an old game, because you're playing an old game, especially if it's a game that you can play single player or multiplayer. If you mostly played it multiplayer when you were a kid, and then you go back and try and play it single player for nostalgia reasons, it's gonna feel kind of empty. Especially games where, yeah, you have like an open-ended, you decide the path that is like you decide what you want to do in the space. Those are the ones that you'll probably most likely feel empty when you try and replay them. I grew up on PlayStation 1 and PS2 games, PS1 and PS2 games, with like narrative stories, games like Tombi and Abe's Odyssey. And so when I go back and play games from my past, I have a fucking blast. I love going back and playing those old games because I love them to bits. And they haven't changed. Sure, I've changed, but like, playing them again just brings me all the same joy, or a lot of the same joy that they always brought me when I was younger. Because I didn't play a whole lot of multiplayer games. Like I was like the only multiplayer games I played were with my brother, and I grew to dislike playing multiplayer games because my brother was such a freaking killjoy. If we played like most games back in my day, if they were multiplayer, they were competitive. So it was player versus player. So if I'd play with my brother, he either had to win, or if I won, he would get furious. Not at me, but at him, like at himself and at the game. He gets so angry that I couldn't enjoy winning games, multiplayer games. And so I typically just played games by myself. And so the kinds of games that I played, and the kinds of games that I loved, I frequently go back and play them again, and I love them. You have something very important for me to watch. I somehow doubt it. You can post it on the Reddit, but I probably won't see it because we're at the end of the stream. And that's the other thing with Minecraft, is that Minecraft is constantly being adapted and changed and modified. And so going back and playing Minecraft again, it's not going to be the same game you played back in the day, unless you load up an old build of it. But even then, because it's you driven, it's your creativity drives the game. It can be difficult to get into.
I don't know if it's the same with me as it is with you, but you can take any video game that you may have loved as a child. Maybe it's a game that allows you to play on your own, single player. Maybe you could even open your own level or your own world, and just try doing that now. Maybe you're not even an adult. It doesn't really matter. Anything that you used to like doing, you used to like playing, and you can easily tell the difference. It's almost uncanny, the level of emptiness that it provides. Although there's nothing specific that's boring about it. Most
I've
games
heard people have
nowadays
this opinion about
allow you to do basically anything you want, but yet still, you're left wondering, what's the point?
Games, the more freedom you have in a game, the more empty the game can feel. Like, Gmod always felt like that. Like, from day one, Gmod felt like that to me. Because it doesn't have direction. You have to come up with direction. It is a foundation for which you can build upon. So if you don't have a plan or a project in mind, it's gonna feel empty. Or, you're playing with other players, and you're playing multiplayer games. Yeah. Used to play Mineplex, The Hive, Hypixel in 2010s, and then things changed. Right. Yeah, a lot of people still play some of those online servers for Minecraft to this day, but still, they're different games now than they used to be.
Why bother being adventurous? Why bother being creative? And I don't think it's just a worldview. I don't think it's necessarily a matter of being cynical or being optimistic. I think there's actually a more fundamental reason behind it. I feel like even this can be seen over long periods of time, just as a whole. Back before the pandemic took place, as an example, things seemed to be a whole lot more lighthearted. Everyone seemed to be willing to take place in fun, humorous type things and
I think this guy is just suffering from... There's a period in everyone's life that you go through where the sparkle in life disappears. Sparkle in life. There's a point in everyone's life where your childlike innocence fades. And when you first go through that, the world feels so dark and depressing. I remember going through that. And yeah, for me, it wasn't... I mean, pandemic has changed things. But for me, that era wasn't post-pandemic. For me, that era was like, I don't know, sometime around 2014, 2015, where the world like shifted. And it's because I was no longer at school. I was working, and I wasn't playing games anymore. I literally mentioned earlier in the stream how I went through a phase of like, I stopped playing games. I think that's actually at the start of the stream, wasn't it? It might have been the start of the stream that I started to... Yeah, it was. At the start of this video. I've only made it 4 minutes in. But yeah, because I don't know, I just wasn't feeling up to it. I wasn't feeling into it. And there was definitely an element for me of like late high school and university kind of ruined me in terms of being able to enjoy myself, because high school exams put me in a mental state that I was like, if I'm not doing something productive, I'm wasting my time. But then I couldn't bring myself to actually do something productive. And so I got stuck in... I would just end up watching TV, or watching YouTube, or like watching... No, actually, it wasn't even YouTube at the time. I was just watching TV shows over and over again. Shows I'd already watched. And I found myself in like a vicious cycle of like procrastination and no productivity. Once high school happened, everything went down for me when I found out this channel and met nice friends because of it. Ah, well, I'm glad that at least you had some return to niceness. Gmod is always fun to screw around with. Yeah, I mean, I enjoy doing it every now and then. Mineplex hasn't been updating for years. Ah. Yeah. Gmod maps on VR are really terrifying. Yes! It's because of the liminal space thing. Source maps naturally just have a weird, like, liminality to them. And so Gmod, when you join the maps and there's no one on there, it's terrifying. It's so genuinely scary. Glad I found this channel. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah. Yeah, because that's for me as well. Like, I will say, me watching like YouTubers playing games and stuff like that really did help bring me back to that old feeling of like excitement about games again. And again, that's why part of why I started my YouTube channel was that I was like, I want to get back into playing games. I want to rediscover that joy that I had when I was younger. And yeah, I definitely felt that. You know, with YouTube and with doing YouTube, it really helped me with that. And but I think it's also a factor of like it just takes time to... Ooh. Oh, hello. I'm still streaming at the moment. I think I have a visitor. Hi. We're wrapping up in a minute. But yeah, so that was my experience with that. Yeah, it's my dad and my nephew coming to say hi. But yeah, so I think we won't continue that. We'll leave that there. I'll just mark... Oh god. I'll just quickly mark that as watched. And we'll wrap up the stream there. So I didn't quite make it to the end of the stream. Maybe I have to do a mini stream where we do some more reaction stuff in the immediate time, the immediate future. Yeah, we got visitors. So yeah. So for anyone worrying about that kind of stuff, that like maybe you're lost interest in games or you're going through like a dark phase in your life, just know that it gets better. Especially if you surround yourself with people who are excited about games and excited about stuff like that as well. Because I have certainly become re-excited about games again. Yeah. Some of your videos where you reviewed other subreddits on your channel. Yes. So that is something... I actually still have a recording of me viewing a subreddit that I never uploaded. I might still do some more of that kind of stuff. I have thought about doing that on these reaction streams as well. What's your opinion on the COVID-19 socioeconomic crisis? No one needs to hear my opinion on that. there is a bit of there's a crisis coming up, but we need not worry our minds about that. We just have to push through it. But yeah, thank you guys so much for joining me. I will bid you farewell, and I'll spend some time with my family. But oh, bye. Never mind. Just hitting out anyway. Yeah, hi. But yeah, I should go have some lunch. Yes. Thank you, Maddie. I should go have some lunch, and I'll see you guys again very soon. I don't think I'll be streaming tomorrow, or if I am streaming tomorrow, it'll be a late stream. But I will be streaming the day after. So yeah. Yeah, have a wonderful night or day, everyone. Eat water and drink food. I shall. It's not working. See you guys. See you soon. Oh, watch Abduction. Catch the Abduction streams. Abduction's really cool. Nice shirt. Oh, thank you. I like this shirt. I like the stripes. The nice. Yeah. Alright. See you guys. Have a good rest of your day or night. And I'll see you soon for more Abduction. Probably only one more stream, but yeah.